Serious.
We're on. Yes. Hold on. Pause the original newscaster music. Pause it. Pause it.
It's already going wrong.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Welcome to Whisky 24 Hours with Dawn Davies. Oh, where's Billy?
Sorry, I'm late.
Oh,
late.
Here he is.
Okay.
Billy, this is Billy the Fish. And myself, Ortis Deley. Why are we here today, Dawn?
We are here to bring you 24 hours of talks, tastings, and general craziness. So I am definitely going to eat, I'm going to drink, and I'm going to repeat, but I'm not going to sleep.
You're not going to sleep?
Not going to sleep.
Billy?
I'm probably going to sleep.
You're going to sleep?
Yeah.
Okay.
Billy might sleep.
We'll see how it goes.
Now, as we've said, 24 hours, discovering, talking about, and highlighting all the wonderful things that whiskey represents, all the wonderful things that are going on in the world of whiskey. Some stuff will be new to you. A lot of stuff will be new to me. We're all hoping to learn something today. But we are here essentially to spread the gospel of whiskey.
And also, I think, we wanted to show with our We Are Whiskey campaign that we are a global community and we're open to everyone. So ask whatever questions you want.
Please
We
do, yeah.
will want your support throughout the next 24 hours because it will be a long 24 hours. So please, please, please join us. Ask any questions you want. Give us thumbs up. Tell us you're still out there because I tell you now at 3 o'clock in the morning, it can be a very lonely place.
Billy, anything?
No, we've got a ridiculous schedule covering people from all over the world. So if you want to see what's going on, have a look at whiskyshow.com. Go there. There's a little schedule in the little top bar, tells you all the different people we're talking to and all the different times. As I said, we've got loads of sessions, so make sure you tune in for the ones you want to see. But anytime during the next 24 hours, just dip in. You'll find something interesting people you may not have met before, people you probably have seen around before, us, who you've seen a lot already.
Yeah,
but no, the big
and
thing
we've got
is,
a baby broom.
We got baby day broom.
Baby broom.
So, but the big thing is what you guys were saying is please, whether on YouTube or on Facebook, wherever you are, please comment, leave us something, please heckle away. If you see me sleeping, please note that. But also just like pop messages in there. Our lovely team who are hiding somewhere else in this building.
They are. We have a crew with us today, which is very exciting.
Yeah, well, last time it was me in a cupboard next door. So yeah, but no.
The less said about that, the better.
I made the coffee. Okay, but please do comment there. Keep an eye out there. Any cool things you say, any questions you want to contribute, if you want to join in, please drop a comment. The gang will see it, and we have a little screen here, so we can actually see what's going on, and they'll pop up on there, so you guys can join in as well. It's not just us shouting at a screen.
And anything you guys are particularly looking forward to?
That was going to be my exact question. There are so many wonderful categories that we're going to be taking a look at today. I was going to ask you what it is you're looking forward to, but seeing as you've asked me,
I got in there first.
I think the one I'm most looking forward to is getting my head around the creation of GI. What steps do you need to ensure that the provenance and the craft of creating whiskies in new territories? What needs to be in place to ensure that you protect the tradition, the processes, and everything that is wonderful about it?
The guys who got on that talk, we should get an interesting chat. Good. Let's just say, I've had a few emails back and forth with James, who's part of the gang, saying, yes, I protect many of these regulations. I also break almost all of them all the time. So we got a really interesting chat on that. I'm really looking forward to that one as well.
Good.
So, yeah.
Dawn?
I think for me, like as we go into the sort of wee hours of the morning, that's where I'm actually really excited. We've got a talk on indigenous distilling and actually the real history of American whiskey, because I think, and actually I was doing a bit on women in whiskey as well with Sarah from Whisky Nomad a bit later as well. And there is so much written out of history that actually it's going to be two really back-to-back incredible topics, because I'm really excited for those two. I'm really excited for my first session up, which is, you know, Scotland and Ireland challenging the status quo. So again, very similar to the GI discussion, and just saying, actually, where can you work within tradition and within the GIs, but improve them and maybe just challenge them sometimes, because are they always right? Because things change as the industry changes, and I think it's really important to kind of recognize that.
Yeah, so. I think in my day job, which is working and reporting on technology, we've seen that it's disruption that has driven technology forward, and I have a strong leaning towards the same in whiskey. Love everything that is traditional about our favorite drams, but I do think that every now and again there needs to be disruption in order to keep it fresh, as it were, and to drive innovation.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Billy and I have just come off judging IWSC for 4 days, and there was a bit of disruption that was a bit dodgy disruption. Can I?
There was some very
maybe not whiskey,
disruption, and some very unpleasant disruption.
Very, very pleasant disruption. But
you've got to take the rough with the smooth.
No, it's a really good point. And it's something that I think we're going to see a lot through a lot of our talks. And the stuff I'm really looking forward to is, again, in the middle of the, not even, it's beyond the middle of the night. It's the sort of time where I normally wake up, sort of thing. We're going to have a little train of chatting with people from Japan, from Southeast Asia, through into India, but also down in Australia. A whole, it's a bit weird to sort of try and talk about that as a region. It's not, it's just like, a third of the world. Yeah. But they're now doing incredible things in the whiskey world, and just trying to create their own unique styles and to take what they've learned from the sort of the old school countries where a lot of this came from, but then developing it and developing it their own sort of way. So you've got some great folks from Japan. We've got people from India, China, and Vietnam, and then down into Australia and New Zealand as well. And I'm really intrigued by those ones. I'm going to be doing a lot of talking during that, it seems, if I'm awake.
Good. Yes. If he's not awake,
and we do, we have some Kiwi representation.
There she is. Yeah. Hello, Chanel. We also have had a few more comments popping up. So thanks so much, CJ. Thanks so much, Katie, for jumping in and sort of saying hello. Please do pop up and say hello. The lovely people upstairs will let us know there are people alive, which is always nice.
Yeah, pop in. Pop in. I have to say that we are in Park Royal. We would love for people to come and visit, but it really is, it's an arsehole to get to.
I'm sorry. I was at the train station and you Ubered rather than getting a car with me.
I live 10 minutes walk down the road. This is my manor, mate. Sorry. This is my, don't you mean, it's terrible. Don't come here.
Having got
West
here from
is best.
West is best.
I knew it was going to start.
It rhymes.
It was going to start. It
Two
rhymes so that simpletons who live here can remember it. Yeah, I said it.
South. What is south?
South.
Something to do
south
with
is sad.
To do with mouth.
South is sad.
It's like orange.
Almost 2 hours it took me to get here today. But can I just say, I am glad to be here. Okay, let's leave it at that. Let rivalries lie.
We welcome you to the wonderful lands of the West.
Thank you.
And on that, because we have 5 minutes before we actually got off the first 5 sessions, do you want to give a little brief history of how you got into whiskey? Where did it come from?
Me?
Jump in.
So, for me, I got into whiskey primarily because pints were too filling. So I was at university. Everybody was drinking pints. Very few people were drinking bottles, and I found that pints were just getting me really, really bloated. There was a chap a few years older than me called Chocolat, and he was like a mentor to me. And he said, if you want to look cool and kickstart conversations with the ladies, have yourself a sophisticated looking drink, which at the time, it was of its time, was a JD and Coke. That's where it started for me. And I found that I could consume liters of the stuff compared to...
And stay awake because of the Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, folks. Whiskey and Coca-Cola.
That's where it started. And then through meetings and liaisons with people, I got into drinking more sophisticated drams.
Talking of sophisticated drams,
Well, it's
12 o'clock somewhere.
it's 12 o'clock.
It is over the yard arm, at least somewhere. That's all we need.
Billy?
So I'm a computer programmer. I was at university. I
I
studied
do help you occasionally with computer tech.
Just look, it
screams
it's fairly bloody obvious, you know. Even before I had the beard, when I had the ponytail. Oh dear, we don't say that.
I never knew you had a ponytail.
I've got it in the box at home if you want to have a look at it.
That's gross.
Anyway, but of course I have. I got chopped up. Anyway, I was also bald and didn't realise. But anyway, moving on from that. When I was,
you knew.
No.
You knew.
I had a load of hair here, and I was bald from here backwards, and had a ponytail. And it was only when a colleague of mine turned up in the office, having not seen me for ages, and slapped my bald spot, that I realised. Anyway, at university, I was a JD and Coke drinker and a rum and Coke drinker, and Jameson and Coke, a lot of Coke.
Yeah.
Cola.
Coca-Cola. Yeah.
Already, people. And I used to work in the bar, and one evening, the guy running the bar said, "Well, in order to be sophisticated people, you need to understand the wonderful world of whiskey. So I'm going to do you a whiskey tasting." And I said, "Oh, really? Is it free?" He went, "Yeah, it's a brilliant brewing." And so he went through the Diageo Classic malts, and we tried things. And I was going, "This is quite nice, quite nice." He got a Talisker and went, "Well, this is a little bit different. I quite like this." Then had Lagavulin and I went, "Well, that's me ruined." And from then onwards, that's 1997, 98, I became the whiskey guy in my little circle of friends. And so I make people drink whiskey.
Billy's wearing a suit. Adriana.
Thank you, Adriana.
I'll have you know, this suit was made by my tailor.
It actually has his name.
It's got my name in it. Inside, yeah. But yes.
Sorry, we distracted you.
Yes. But thank you very much, Ian, for making this beautiful suit for me. Unfortunately, moths ate the crotch out of the trousers, so I need a new pair of trousers. And Ian's suits cost a lot of money.
He says moths.
Moth.
Oh, trust me. I really hope it was moths.
That old chestnut.
Morning, London Bridge.
Morning.
Yeah. Anyway, me drinking whiskey, got a bit obsessed. Then I accidentally got a job here.
Okay.
And it went downhill from there, really. This is the perils of going and running an event, getting drunk and being a computer programmer and waking up and discovering you've built yourself a blog overnight and registered a domain name and started writing posts while very, very drunk.
It happens.
Yeah. So
Like
I've been here now for 13 years and a week in 13 years, 2 weeks.
Okay.
I love it.
So yeah, it's all downhill from here, really.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we have
Hola, Barcelona.
2 minutes before we start our next session.
Yep.
I got into whiskey through wine, actually. So I started life as a sommelier. I was a bit more sophisticated than you two in university, just going to say. I was always a snob about drink from an early age.
Snob does not equal sophistication. You know that. don't you?
Yeah, but I was also,
same time,
I have a great palate.
Whatever is
I
that.
would never expect it that you did. Doesn't
I mean, all my staff know I am bad. And I used to be the person that didn't get the wine on the bottom of the shelf. I was one shelf up.
Okay.
And I had to work in a pub to fund my Guinness habit in university because my father was like, "I'll pay for your accommodation, but you're on your own for everything else." And so I started working in a pub, and it was in Edinburgh. And I had my first tot, and I think it was a Jura, actually. I was trying to remember the other day what my first whiskey was, and I think it was Jura. And I just remember thinking, this is super interesting. And if you're in Edinburgh, you can't not drink whiskey because it's just wrong.
There are rules.
Yeah.
It's wrong. And so, but I went into wine and then I joined Selfridges, a long time ago. And then joined the Whisky Exchange in 2013, actually 15. Entertainingly, the year I also passed my Master of Wine. Okay. So I am a Master of Wine and a Master of Whiskey. Ha, ha, ha. Okay. Or we're Masters of Malt. Yes, we are.
I see what you did there.
Did you see what I did there?
Masters.
There's more than one master.
For trademark reasons.
In the Whisky Exchange. Sorry, that
shots fired.
Was getting in quick.
Hi, Ben.
So that was my journey. And I joined Secunda and Rajveer and I've been here now 8 years, but I've been in the industry for about 25. Okay. So I think I'm the oldest whiskey industry person in this space, industry.
We're proper whiskey.
But we will definitely talk more because I personally want to hear about names, those that influenced you and 100%. Really shoved the rocket up your whiskey tasting proclivities.
So I think we're about to head into our first session, which is Scotland and Ireland challenging the status quo, unless I am completely wrong, and my team will tell me if I'm a bit early. But we'll just get set up. So there'll be a little bit of an intermission before we get everyone live.
Excellent.
Amazing, guys.
Welcome,
Looking
welcome.
forward to it.
I'll see you all later.
Slanjava.
Indeed.
Slanjava.
Gin.
Guys, here's to 24 hours of whiskey.
Yeah, that too.
So, welcome to the first session of Whisky 24 Hours. So today we are talking Scotland and Ireland, challenging the status quo. And I'm really excited to have three fabulous guests with me today. Emma Walker from Diageo, Ian Palmer from Inchderny, and Peter Mulryan from Blackwater. Guys, welcome to 24 Hours. Thank you so much for joining us today. Emma, how are you feeling, most importantly?
Not too bad. A bit better than I was early in the week. But if I go on mute, it's because I'm very croaky. Just so I
No
don't scare
worries. You need a
everyone.
whiskey, a little hot toddy to
We may be
help you along. Perfect. Ian, how are you today? You well?
I'm okay. Yep, I'm just on a different time zone to everybody else, I think. But
where are you?
Nova Scotia at the moment.
Oh my goodness. I wasn't expecting that. Well, thank you for joining us at some crazy hour in the morning.
Yeah.
And Peter, welcome as well. Thank you for joining us. When the whiskey's coming, I'm ready for them.
The whiskies are in the UK. They are all there.
I think you're on mute.
Am I on mute? Someone mute me.
No.
No, we can hear you.
Can you hear?
You can hear me. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. That's great.
Perfectly. Yeah. The whiskies are all in London. We just launched another one yesterday at Whisky
We've lost
Live
you
in
again,
Dublin.
unless it's just me.
Must be just you.
Okay. If my lovely person and sound can raise the thing, I'm clearly going deaf. So thank you. Sorry, Peter, for me interrupting. Great, that's better. So, absolutely. Can I ask you just to do each of you, Emma, if I start with you, to do just a brief introduction to kind of how you got into whiskey, and a little bit of your story and what you love about it.
No problem. So I'm Dr. Emma Walker. I'm the Johnny Walker Master Blender, and I've been in that role just over 2 years. I worked for Diageo, joined in 2008, so just spent 16 years. So I feel like very much like a newbie, but at the same time feel like I've been working in whiskey forever. I think the thing that I love the most is just the people and the enthusiasm. Every time you talk to people about whiskey, it's just people are so happy. Even when you're having a bad day, it's a good day, I think.
100%.
It makes it a lot easier to get off to go to work.
This is very true. Ian, how did you get into it?
I was a student engineer way back in the 1970s, and I was supposed to get industrial experience, and my father was the engineer at Dalmore Distillery, and he asked the engineers at Invergordon Distillery, and I can imagine what the conversation was like. It would have been, my wee loon's looking for a job for the summer, and so I started there in 1976 as a student engineer. And
I won't tell you what was happening to me in 1976, Ian.
There was a lot happening to me in 1976, but and basically I've never left the industry since. So I am currently, as of this month, the chairman of Inchderny Distillery. I am no longer the managing director. I kind of felt it was. I kind of felt it was time for all these other young loons to get on with it now that so that I built the foundation for them. For goodness sake, didn't let the house fall down. That's all I can say.
Brilliant. And Peter?
My background is I come from the other side of the equation. I was a whiskey writer. So I used to write for Whiskey Magazine, and I wrote several books on Irish whiskey. And through that progression, decided exactly 10 years ago, to set up Blackwater Distillery and start making whiskey. So we started making whiskey 6 years ago.
Super exciting. And I've had the pleasure of tasting some of your liquid, all of your liquids actually, and they're all absolutely fantastic. So we're very pleased that you all stayed in the industry or got into the industry in whatever way you did. So brilliant. And I guess I want to just kick off, and I might just ask you all a question to start with, because I think it's really interesting, the whiskey world right now, because there's so many new distilleries, there's so much happening, and not just in the kind of traditional countries, but also in Scotland and Ireland, which are seen as more of the kind of, the stalwarts and the beginnings of the industry. And I think it's kind of that place where there's a lot of countries that are moving and trying different things because they're not so restricted by some of the laws. So I kind of want to ask you how important it is to look at history of how things were made in order to kind of see how we can do things differently today, but still by respecting tradition. Emma, if I could start with you.
Well, I think looking at the heritage and learning from that is hugely important. There's so much that's come before us that shaped what we do today. And I think looking at that, understanding it, but also seeing how the people that we followed, they were always innovating. If you look back in Scotch whisky, it was always about innovation and sort of delighting our customers, making whiskies that people wanted to drink. I think that's the part you need to keep hold of. And I love actually when we go and look back in, we're very grateful to have the archives we have at Diageo, and we're able to go back and look and see the old blending books, and seeing how we put whiskies together today is still very similar to how whiskies were made 100 plus years ago. It's just that the handwriting was much better in that time than I've got now. We might use spreadsheets instead of the blending books. But it was always about innovation and looking to the future. It was always looking to see what was coming next. And I love to see that that's what's still happening. I think having the regulations help us because it does give us that protection. It protects that heritage. But it means we've got to be quite canny and think about how we're going to do something that is truly innovative, that we see Ian and that we see Peter and other people doing across the industry as well.
100%. Ian, what about you? What do you think about that?
I think it's a bit like navigation. Before you can get anywhere, you've got to know where you've started. And if you don't know where you started, then getting to where you want to go, you just forget it. It's just not going to happen. I think that I am very respectful of the industry's traditions. And I think that I'm respectful of the traditions, but I learn from the traditions, but I think there is a way forward. And I think we have to reference back to the traditions, but we mustn't be held back by the traditions. Because, you know, what is a tradition? I mean, how old is a tradition? So we've got to be able to kind of maybe, and this is probably sounds a bit arrogant, but perhaps we're creating the traditions of tomorrow, today. And I think that, but yeah, the traditions of the past are important. If it wasn't for the major brands of the past, well, none of us would be in this room today. And I think we wouldn't have the industry that we've got today. So I think we have to have respect. I think we have to move sensibly, and I think we have to move with reference to the rest of the world. But the outside world is asking for change. So let's move
together, I think, is the key thing. You know, I think everyone's got to want and strive for the same goals. And otherwise you get an industry that's very fragmented, which we slightly see in the rum industry. And I think that's very important. And Peter, what about you?
I think it's a very interesting question because you've got an industry that's kind of based on tradition. And then you've got a friction point between tradition and innovation. I think that's the key, is how do you work and why are those rules in place? So what part of tradition do we decide to legislate? And how far do we push that legislation? Because you do not want to paint yourself into a corner. And I think that is, if the industry had one Achilles heel, that would be it. Innovation is good. Tradition is good. But where those two meet, you will have friction. And we just need to be aware of that, both in Scotland and indeed in Ireland particularly.
And work through it together in the way that benefits the majority, not just a minority. I think that's also quite important, that, you know, we should be working together to make whiskey better, not to do kind of crazy ass things for the sake of a marketing team. Sorry, any marketeers out there, I've started on you already. So Emma, I want to ask you a question and also kick off with the first whiskey, which I've taken as the Johnnie Walker High Rye. So if you can kind of, let's talk about the question and then talk through the whiskey, that'd be fantastic. So Diageo, of course, is one of the giants of the whiskey industry. You know, and how does that help and how does that hinder to kind of experiment and work differently and try new things, like with this wonderful whiskey we have in front of us? So folks tasting at home, the first one is the Johnnie Walker High Rye.
So I'll first off start off saying the reason I picked the Johnnie Walker High Rye is because at the minute this is only available in the USA. So I thought it'd be nice for people out with that part of the world to be able to try something that we've worked on so hard. And also, it's great being able to talk about this whiskey while we've got Ian on the call as well, because Ian, it's been great seeing what Journey and that I've been doing with rye whiskey as well. So it's a great honour. But I would say working with Diageo it's a great honour to do that. There is great things. There's also hindrances, as you say, or should we say challenges? I'll be nice and polite. And one of the things, the challenges that we get is, how do you innovate at a usable scale? So how do we innovate if we're looking at our single malts, but if we're looking to innovate in Johnnie Walker, how do we do it at the scale we'll need for Johnnie Walker? And how do we do that while maintaining the volumes and the quality and the liquids that we need for our ongoing products like Johnnie Walker Black Label and Johnnie Walker Blue Label? So it's interesting just trying to get where, Peter, you were mentioning about balance, like the sort of innovation and ongoing. It's all about getting that balance. And I think that's part of what we look to do. We're always experimenting, but we're always maintaining quality and thinking about what our customers are going to be asking for. And that's part of the challenge. But another part of it is, again, as you guys will know in detail, is we need to innovate in advance of when the markets or innovation partners are going to be asking for things as well. So when we started making the rye whiskey, it was on the back of us looking at the blenders batch, where we're exploring flavours that we have in Scotch whiskey, but that other people might not expect us to have. So we looked at American notes that you get from American whiskies and showcasing we can do that in Scotch. And so that led on to the stop process. And at that point, we weren't being asked to make rye whiskey by anyone. But we made the decision that we need to start making rye whiskey because someone's going to come and ask us for it. As you can see, the trends for it is growing. There's things that are going on. So if we don't start making it now, we're not going to have it when people ask for it. So there was a lot of calculation and sort of risk, looking at the risks of what volumes are we going to need to make sure we can lay this down so it's sustainable, but to make sure it's not interfering with day-to-day as well. So, and I'm sure Ian will talk about this as well, learning how to work with some of these other grains is quite an interesting thing. So we're very lucky that we had the pilot plant. So Rich Cowley, or Wes Cowley, as a lot of people know him, at the pilot plants did a lot of work on different grains, including having to figure out how to get the mashes out of the mash tun when they won't drain. So some great pictures of him in his wellies. But so that's where we're looking to have TNN at Cameron Bridge, where we could work with the rye whiskey, but be able to not maintain the distillery as well, keep that running. So it was fantastic to be able to create this rye whiskey that is part of the history of Scotland. If you go back at the history books, you can see it, but it's just something that's fallen out of practice. And we love being able to create in America, create a Johnny Walker that had that rye whiskey, that had the mash bill. So we looked at 60% mash bill of rye in the overall blend. So it reflected the expectations that people have in American whiskey, but it's looking at it with a really Johnny Walker spin. So I'll get everyone to take a nose, shall we? We can have a nose and a taste.
I'm ahead of you already. I was like, this is delicious. I had a cheeky taste beforehand when I was at the age. And I think what's really interesting, and we'll talk about this actually in the next session I'm doing, is looking at grains. But I'm really finding that ryes from Europe are so different to American. And I think English ryes and Scottish ryes are different to those that they're doing in the Nordics and things. And it's so interesting to see how rye, I think many people think rye is like a one-dimensional grain. Yeah. And it's so not. There's so much variation.
It's beautiful. There's so much interest.
Yeah.
Interesting notes there.
Fabulous. Sorry, Emma, I totally got excited there and went off on a tangent.
And that's what we were so excited about, though, was that variation and the flavours that you get. So what we looked to do was make rye that was very much Scotch. So it has that rye flavour, the spiciness, the oiliness, the unctuousness, but it still has the more delicate flavours that we get in Scotch whisky as well. So I do love a morning whiskey. It's
good
great.
Morning whiskey. It's almost like our version of a Bloody Mary, these ones. You know, a little bit of spice, a little bit of savouriness, just to kick you off in the morning.
So it is lovely, like you say. You've got that hint of savouriness. It's almost umami. There's an oiliness. There's notes of walnuts, but we've still got that lovely smoke that you expect from a lot of Johnny Walker because we blended it with Cardew, with Kalila. So we've got our grain whiskey from TNN from Cameron Bridge. So we've used a combination. We're blending it in the way we always do with grains, with malt whiskies. So it really is Johnny Walker, but it's Johnny Walker with a rye spin. So it has got a lovely texture. It's that mouth coating, and it's got a lovely long finish, like the finish you expect from rye, but with that warming wood smoke and that coming through as well.
Absolutely.
So when it was being made, it was made to be blended again. So acting with the bartender as a 13th blender almost. So it was made to be created to be used in things like Manhattans, Rob Roy's, and all these types of whiskey cocktails as well. So just to make sure it had the right balance. But yeah, it's a whiskey we hope to see going out further around the world. But
well, I hope it
crossed.
Gets to the UK because it's delicious. Thank you, Emma.
Even I struggle to get a bottle of it. It's not good.
Well, we appreciate you sharing it with us today. I might actually go on to Ian because if we're talking about rye, it probably makes sense to continue the kind of conversation. And also, Ian, I thought potentially, I mean, you tell me, do we want to do the rye law probably next?
Yes.
If we're talking about rye?
Yeah.
So I guess when you wanted to produce rye as a single malt, you had to work with the SWA because you weren't allowed to use the word single malt. How challenging was that? And, you know, I know you relied on the history that Emma alluded to earlier to help do this.
Well, it's when in my very early days, I had a great mentor, and his great philosophy in life is that you could always apologize later. And he used to do a lot of apologizing. So we did engage with the SWA. But by the time we actually got a response from them, it was too late. The whiskey was already in the casks. So So I had my apology ready, but I didn't need to use it. So really, I think that it's one of those situations where we're being pushed and pulled, and it's that serious bit that Peter's talking about, friction. Because the rye law is a Scottish rye whiskey, and one thing, and I've just spent 3 weeks in America, and Emma, your Johnny Walker is absolutely everywhere. I've seen it. Trust me, it's there. It's on the shelf. We didn't want to make another American rye whiskey. We wanted to make a Scottish rye whiskey for several reasons. One, first of all, it's insulting to the American distillers to produce just what they're going to produce. So we wanted to produce something that was Scottish and some of the spoke of Scotland. So that kind of builds this whole kind of argument around it's a Scottish rye. Well, you kind of say it's a Scottish rye. Well, it is, because it's made in Scotland. Not only is it made in Scotland, it's a Fife whiskey, which Emma knows well, but it's a Fife whiskey because the grains are grown in Fife, and it's distilled in Fife, and it's matured in Fife. So it's all there. So it is as much Scottish as many of the American distilleries that I was visiting last week. So, but those distilleries speak of Scotland, speak of America. Their distillation process is completely different. And I was spending hours staring at bits of pipe trying to understand where they were going and what they were doing. But I was able to understand it, but it was completely different process. But we have made the rye law exactly the same way as we make our malt whiskey at Inchterny. The rye is malted and the barley is malted. So both grains are malted. So it's a malt whiskey. It's just that it's not malted barley. So it's 53% malted rye, 47% malted barley. But the process from start to finish is absolutely identical. It's hammer milled, it goes through the mash conversion vessel, it goes through the mash filter, it's fermented, and it's double pot distilled. Now, just tell me what's not Scottish about that. It is Scottish, you know. And so what we wanted to do was to make a Scottish rye whiskey that spoke of Scotland, and it did go back to the history. I mean, some of the history books are quite incredible. I mean, they actually used rye in grain distilleries. In fact, I believe it was Port Dundas, where because it foamed a lot, they used to scoop off the foam like these upturned umbrellas because it was just simply full of yeast. And they used to dry it and sell it off to the malt distillers. So the malt distillers were making their malt whiskey from yeast that was recovered from a grain distillery that had about 30 to 40% rye in the mash. So, you know, it is traditional, but the rule books don't quite reflect that. We're having to call rye law a grain distillery, a grain whiskey, but it's not a grain whiskey. It's a rye whiskey made in Scotland. So why don't we, for goodness sake, just call it what it actually is?
And I think consumers want more transparency on labels. You know, I think that's something to bear in mind, that the consumer actually really wants to understand what's going on in the liquid. And if we can't give them that, then we're being disingenuous.
Correct. I mean, I do believe that the categories that were developed many years ago was a great idea, because if you bought a bottle and it said single malt whiskey, well, that's what's in the bottle. That's it. No debate. Yeah. But now we've got a problem where the grain whiskey category actually isn't a category. It's what I call the sin bin for the awkward squad, right? So is it malt whiskey? No, it's not. Is it blended malt? No, it's not. Is it blended whiskey? No, it's not. Well, it's a grain whiskey then. You know, that to me is not a good argument. And actually, to go back to your very point, the most important person in the room right now isn't us. It's the consumer. It's the person who's got the money in their pocket who walks into a shop and says, I'm having a bottle of that. And if we mess with them, then we pay the price. And I think that's very, very wrong. And I think that if you produce a Scottish rye whiskey, for goodness sake, call it a Scottish rye whiskey and be done with it. And if it's an Irish rye whiskey, make it an Irish rye whiskey. What really frustrates me is that our dear friends south of the border can call it rye whiskey. You know, I mean, not
Damn the English.
not that I'm being difficult, but these folks south of the border can
You
call it whatever they
difficult
like.
never, Ian. No, I mean, if I look at Rhino, and I've been very privileged that you've given me samples of the new makes, some earlier, not early doors, but like earlier on. And there's always been this beautiful, and I've seen it also in Emma's, this beautiful fruit character that comes with rye. And I do think English ryes are really, English ryes, Scottish ryes, and English ryes actually are a really good way of getting consumers into the rye category because they're not as punchy as some of the ones in the rest of the world. They're a very gentle rye, but still with that wonderful textural component. I mean, again, this has got this really lovely kind of roundness on the palate, that kind of oiliness that I love for rye because it just makes it, Emma, as you said, a really great cocktail blending component. Not that I can make cocktails, but let's not worry about that. I drink a lot of them. But yeah, it gives you a lot of flavors. I'm a massive fan, as you know, Ian, of your whiskies. But yeah, I think this is a fantastic example of that. Anything else you want to add about the actual whiskey itself?
I think that the whiskey is what we would call a gentle spice. And I think that's the important bit. And you've actually touched on it yourself, that some of the other ryes can be quite smack in your head. They're very one-dimensional. We didn't want to be one-dimensional. We wanted to be multi-dimensional. And actually, the fact that we've got a relatively high malted barley element brings in complexity to that. So by having the high malted rye content of 47%, gives us that fruit flavors and all those other more Scottish flavors coming through into it, leaving the rye flavor to be there. But the fact that we've malted the rye has actually toned it down. It's still there, but it's toned it down. And it's a whiskey that I have been enjoying quite recently, quite frequently actually, in a large glass with a large lump of ice. And it's gone down really, really well without having to be a part of an ingredient. It's actually very great on its own. It's what I would call a sipping rye. It's got a gentle spice, and it's something that's complex. I kind of go against these one-dimensional things. I'm not a fan of a Vindaloo, to be honest, because after one mouthful, you kind of taste nothing. So I didn't want that to be the case here with the rye law. It needed to be something that was big. It was gentle spice. The spice was part of the story. It wasn't the story. And in some of the other ryes, that's it. It's just a rye hit and be done with it. And that's not for me, I'm afraid. Complexity is me. I'm told I'm a very complex person, which is a very polite way of saying I'm blooming awful.
Never, Ian. So I think this is probably a perfect time to bring Peter in, actually. And Peter, I don't know if we want to start with your rye or we want to start with your manifesto. You make the call on this because
let's do the rye because we're on a rye here, and just
we're in a rye session.
A rye passion, yeah.
I think like you're having probably a different issue than maybe the other guys at the moment because actually the struggles that you're having in Ireland right now is around the definition of pot still and what that actually means. And can you talk a little bit about the difficulties you're having around this legislation and other legislations where tradition has originally been one thing, then gone into another thing? And this is, I guess, that friction you're talking about. Yeah,
because these rules are really important, but rules are about control. That is what they're about. They're about control. Secondary to that is, what are you controlling? Are you controlling quality? What does that mean? So it's very important who decides what gets into legislation, who decides the definition of, say, single malt is just malted barley. Is it ignorance in that that's just the way things have always been done, so that's the way it is? Or is there an agenda at work, someone deciding this is what I want to be? Because, for example, in the definition of Irish pot still whiskey, I don't have it actually with me here, but there's a line in the European GI that says up to 5% of the grains. So you can have a mixture of malted barley and unmalted barley up to 30% each, so 30 of one, say, and 70 of the other. And you are allowed to use 5% other grains. And the line is something like, And every distillery will have its own version of this, which is, of course, complete bollocks, because nobody in the entire history of humanity up to 2014, when we adopted this GI, apart from one company, no one made pot still whiskey in this way. So what we actually have now is enshrined in law is what I call the Middleton method. That is how we have to make pot still Irish whiskey, even though it was only ever made by one company in the history of humanity. That is a problem, because then you're playing by the rules of a multinational who have, through, you know, whatever reason, ended up getting what they wanted. So commercially, it suits them. I don't think it suits the industry. And I now know that they feel the same way, because wheels are in motion to redefine pot still whiskey. But this is back to the problem of, once something is in law, whether it's true or not no longer matters. All that matters is the law. And whether the law is an arse or not makes no difference. The problem then is unpicking the law, and civil servants hate doing that, because when you have to unpick something, you have to make a decision. And if you make a decision about something, then someone can pin something on you. So it's always best kind of to leave things as they are, or put a committee in place to discuss something, so that there's no one completely to blame for anything. So we've kind of gone backwards. We've been working with the Irish Whisky Association to rewrite the rule book for the past 4 years now. And it's just like airplanes circling Heathrow at the moment. No one's making any decisions. And so the whole cartoon just continues. So it's a problem. And that's just back to my earlier point of what goes into your definition. This is why I agree with Ian. Sometimes I wish I lived in England, because they haven't tied themselves in the kind of knots that we have, or to a certain extent, Scotland has as well. And this is about just trying to have legislation that is flexible enough that it's future-proofed, but strong enough to protect the category.
Yeah. And I think that's a really good point. I think it's about, actually, you know, you look at a lot of these GIs that are just being created now, and it's a topic that Billy and Ortis will be talking about a bit later. And, you know, it's those initial rules where it's that balance between how do you encourage innovation but protect the sense of place, which is essentially what we're talking about when we're talking about a GI. You're protecting a culture, a tradition, a history, and an almost a flavor profile. So the customer, when they buy the product, again, it's going back to that customer. They understand what they're buying, and they know they can be assured of a certain consistency, I think, is also the thing. You know, I've worked in wine half my life, and the reason you have AOCs are, to a degree, I mean, I'm not saying that if you have a Chianti, it's always going to be a great Chianti, but you'll have an idea of a flavor profile, and you'll have an idea of a certain quality level that you have to hit. So I think they're really, really important. And I mean, I was so excited to try your whiskies. I think it was a year ago, maybe I got
about a year ago. Yeah.
A year ago. So I'm still really excited to get them over to the UK. But should we talk about the which one do you want to do? The rye one, isn't it?
Start with the rye. I mean, the rye is
spice bag rye. Everyone,
spice bag rye, and spice bag is a Dublin delicacy, which is chips with curry sauce and bits of chicken. It's like a poor man's poutine, and it's just very spicy. My 14-year-old loves them. So spice bag, and again,
curry, not the whiskey. Everyone.
It's about making an Irish rye. Again, Ian's point, a Scottish rye, an English rye. I've tried ryes from all over Europe. And in this case, it's a mixture of malted and unmalted rye. The unmalted gives you kind of a fusty kind of sort of plummy nose, which I quite like. The rest then is a mixture of malted barley and finally some oats. We tend to put oats in most of our whiskies. It softens the mouthfeel. Where we are in County Waterford is renowned for its oats, because we used to have we still do a huge industry of horses in the area. So oats were grown for horses, and then oats made their way historically into the mash bills of distilleries, particularly on the south coast of Ireland, in Waterford and areas like that. we tend to pitch oats north of 15%. So it's not compliant with the technical file, but it tastes delicious. In this case, it's around 15% and a little bit of peat. And the peat is there like salt on chips. We don't necessarily want you to go, oh, that's peated. But there is a little bit of something, a little bit of mystery in there. And that's, again, Irish peat. And all these grains are grown in Ireland for us or by us and malted in Ireland too with Irish peat.
And it is delicious. It's just got a little bit more sweetness, I
Yeah.
guess, than the two Scottish ones. A little bit more towards the European style for me. You know, you're starting to get a hint of that kind of caraway seed coming through.
That's the unmalted.
Really, really interesting.
Yeah.
And you know, they're all delicious. And I mean, I'm a massive proponent of rye. I think rye is one of the most exciting categories we have out there at the moment. So this is a great way to start the day, I tell you now, folks. Really, really delicious, that one, Ian. Thank you. And maybe actually, Emma, it's a good point to bring you in here, is that, you know, Diageo is one of those big multinationals. So how do you kind of work with maybe smaller or the rest of, I guess, the industry to, one, use the might of Diageo, but also be respectful of the Ians that are coming up through who equally have a very right voice because they're also producing something. How do you kind of balance that as a big corporation?
I think one of the things is with a big corporation, there is a lot of different people involved. And I know, Ian, you'll know people like Mike Kidd. There's a lot of other people that work sort of across the industry with Diageo that are involved in these types of conversations. So I think that's one of the things that we do. Other people might not agree, but it is that collaboration, sort of the conversations about what we want to do for the future. I think the reason I'm calling out Mike Kidd is we often talk about this, where even if we go back to talking about trading and different things, it's if you work in supply, you're very much almost thinking about the good of the industry. We sort of talk about the competition almost once you go over the fence into sort of more the demand side, where you've got the marketeers, you've got that side of it. But
it's
in the
back
supply
to
side,
those damn marketeers again. I tell you, no marketeers, we'd have a much better industry.
But it is very much about that collaboration. I think that's always been at the heart of Scotch whisky. It's even down to, if things break at a distillery, you sort of swap parts until you can get something from the sort of central sites. So I think a lot of it is down to conversation. The most recent one I can think of is when we were looking at the review of the casks for maturation, Ian. And I think a lot of that was done, again, in collaboration. There was a lot of conversation. And there was some small distilleries looking to try different things, but we were also wanting to try different things as well. So there was a lot of work together and using like archives, using historical notes to be able to say, how do we look at this? How do we bring it together? I'm very sorry. I'm only joking with the marketeers.
I'm not. I'm not.
Some of my favorite people are marketeers, honestly.
I mean, I love the two upstairs, but I'm still giving them shit.
But I think that is the way, because if we go ahead, I think as Diageo goes, we want to change something, there can be very much a backlash of going, it's big Diageo wanting to come in with its tackety boots and saying, we're making changes just for us. So it has got to be done in a way that it is looking to see what's the best for the industry. I think that's going to be interesting, like Peter, you were talking about the GI file and things like that. I think this is where, when we talk about sustainability, there's going to be things that we need to look at and address as an industry as a whole, and that's hugely important. I think that's where SWA, I think we need to almost change our mindset on the regulation a little bit, and the people that sort of uphold that and go, we're not saying how do we get around it, it's like how do we work together with everyone to look at the best for the industry in the future, which is exactly what Peter and what Ian is saying, is we need to do it in the best way, and we need to do it in the way that we can do it quicker. I think that's one of the issues you have, is it's regulation. So regulation takes years, could take decades, because it's got to go past different parliaments around the world to get things passed, to get approvals. And so it's how do we do it in the best way, in the most efficient way that's best for the industry as a whole.
100%. And we are traditionally quite a slow-moving giant. So I think that's a really good point. And actually, should we have a little look at the Lagavulin Jazz Festival, actually, while we're here? I know that's maybe not the best palette kind of thing, but I think it's going to work quite nicely with what we're kind of
Yeah,
talking
and I
about
think
there's some.
it's tying together because one of the things that we had looked at, so we've seen this in one of the Lagavulins we've done recently, was the mezcal finish, which was only possible after we had that change with the SWA. But I quite liked this one as well because it's one that people that weren't on Isla for the Jazz Festival might struggle to get hold of. So it's trying to bring a whiskey out to a wider audience. But what I loved about this was we looked at an Oloroso finish for this to really bring it to life. But the reason we did that was to pay homage to other craftspeople, so to the jazz musicians. There's a massive jazz scene in Spain, so it's trying to tie those two things together. So it's and that's one of the things that I actually really like about how we work with the legislation, how we work in different ways, was you're always looking for what the craft is, how you play with it, how you can get ideas from other crafts around the world as well. So there's a tenuous link, but there's definitely a link there.
We'll take tenuous because it's delicious.
It's lovely. Again, it also ties a bit back to the rye whiskies. It's just when I'm nosing that, you get all that little hint of walnuts. There's like an oiliness still coming through with it, which is very different, but it has some of that, and it's very much got the berries and sort of dry fruit coming through as well.
And I think on the finish, that lovely sort of savory nuttiness that I often associate with sort of a dry Oloroso style is that, like, but still with a bright freshness that you get as well.
And then you get that lovely smoke, but it is that it's almost like a smoky walnut oil or something that like at the end of it is just lovely.
Perfect.
So,
absolutely. Yeah. That is a very delicious dram. And I guess, Ian, maybe this is a good question to kind of roll into, is that, you know, we've heard from how a big brand kind of works with sort of the industry, but how do you as a smaller distillery have share of voice? And how do you collaborate with other distilleries in order to enhance that share of voice, I guess? And maybe at the same time, let's look at one that was new to me. So I was very excited to try this one earlier today.
Yeah, I think that collaboration is right. I think there is no other way to describe it. And I think that as an industry, we do acknowledge there are the smaller players. And that's you kind of get the feeling, well, making rye whiskey a Dinch journey is not exactly going to turn the whole industry upside down and on its head. So there is no threat there. All we're trying to do is to bring a little bit of colour into the whole thing about Scotch whiskey. And it's just to help a little bit. I think being collaborative is the right way to do it. And also to do it in a way that, to go back to the original question about tradition, that we can actually draw a line from where we are to where we were. If you can't draw a line from where you are or where you want to go to where you were, then you've lost that degree of continuity to a degree. And another thing is all about experimentation and testing things. And this is really this one that we've taken out here, which is yet to be released. We haven't quite got round to deciding when we're going to do it. Is actually
Whisky show.
Well.
Was that a really bad pitch?
Yeah, well, you just speak nicely to me, and I'll see what I can do for you.
Do I not always speak nicely to you, Ian?
Well, so anyway, actually, this one here, which is part of our Prinlaws collection, does actually pull a number of things together, because actually the Rye Law was in fact part of the Prinlaws collection, and we went, oh, we're going to have a go at that. The Prinlaws collection is where we go and do things absolutely crazy for 1 week a year. It's all very well saying on the lab bench, this is what it's like. Well, what is it like? Can you, one, physically produce it? Which when you were producing the Rye Law was a big question. Can you actually do this? So the answer was eventually yes. It wasn't a yes on day one. It was a yes pretty near the end of the week. But this one that we've got here is actually produced from oats, which actually gets you back to what Peter was talking about. So, and in fact, this is part of the Prinlaws collection. But last year, we really wound up some of our Irish friends. It's all very well throwing snowballs at our English friends across the border, but we threw some snowballs at some of our Irish friends last year. And we produced actually Scottish pot still. And we kept to the same rules. So we had 5% rye, and the rest was malted barley and unmalted barley. But one thing we found actually with the oats, and I think one of the fundamental reasons why oats was so popular, it's fantastic for filtering in the mash tun. I mean, and if you got a really bad sticky mash bill, throw some oats at it, and it just filters because there's so much husk in it. And a lot of that is coming through into this whiskey, because when we hammer milled the oats, a lot of the husk got broken up into really, really small pieces. And some of that went through the mash filter and then went through into the fermentation. So this is produced from 55% malted oats. Getting malted oats was another challenge, but we got there. There was a really amazing maltster down south of the border. The Fawcett Company, they did a great job giving us the malted oats and the malted barley. And really it was all about, well, what does it taste like? And actually, it actually has got more mouthfeel than it has got taste, oddly enough. It's more physical than aromatic. It's got those sorts of things. But one of the lessons we learned from this is actually, if you do want to make some rye whiskey and you're struggling with filtration, well, chuck some oats at it and you'll be surprised at how easy it is to filter. I'm not saying you're not going to need your welly boots and dig it out every now and again. That's going to happen, I'm afraid. But the oats, there's one of those Prinlaw's collections. This is something we may never produce again. You know, we've done it with malted wheat. We've done it with malted oats. We've done sour mash, actually. And in fact, the sour mash was quite a good one.
That one I'd be interested to try.
I think maybe we could do with a little bit more pot ale going back a little bitty to give it nice. But we also did Munich malt. I mean, the wort came off the mash filter like Guinness. I mean, it was black, but I'll have to tell you, the flavors were fantastic. All we're doing here is understanding what can you physically do at the distillery within the current constraints, and what flavors have you got. Now, we're not going to turn the world upside down with this, but all we're doing is sprinkling a little bit of salt and pepper on the whiskey world by bringing a bit of interest and bringing a bit of conversation to the party.
Yeah. And this one's fab. The fruit there is just so lovely. It's got this really nice sort of orchard kind of pears and sort of some soft white apricot and stuff. It's just delicious. I mean, and as you say, that textural quality is beautiful. Yeah. So thank you for sharing that with us. That's a really lovely little whiskey. So I guess that kind of brings me nicely in, you know, like, I guess, Peter, for you, how do you think, if we're changing these legislations and things like that, how for you would that help the Irish whiskey industry grow? I mean, how important is, because that's the end of the day what we want. We want growth through change. And I guess that's a good time to bring in the manifesto.
Bring in the manifesto. I mean, what's interesting that both Emma and Ian have used the same word several times over the past 45 minutes. So the word's flavor. And I think that is exactly what we need to do. You need to remember the consumer is always ahead of the industry. Always, always, always. We're always playing catch up.
100%.
And now we have other non-traditional whiskey countries, say in Europe, who are not tied by blinkered by maybe Irish or Scottish ways of thinking, who can push envelopes like this. We need to be able to do that, and always remember that the consumer is the person at the end of the day who's the most important, and giving that consumer a range and a choice is what we should really, really be doing. As long as we do that, we will stay relevant. If we are in a position where we can't do that, then we do risk becoming irrelevant and painting ourselves into a corner. And then Germany or whatever, Australia, will come along. And back to the earlier point about pot stills, I know for a fact that in America, you can make a traditional pot still whiskey and call it a pot still whiskey. And I can't do that in Ireland, even though it's an Irish style of whiskey. So already you can see the fracture line coming, and why it's important to keep things as flexible as you can, and to always remember it's the consumer, not the industry, that should be at the forefront of your thinking.
Yeah.
It sounds 100%. Like a gospel, or I just, you know.
But actually, it's really interesting that you brought in America, because I've just imported a pot still style, Irish style from America by Mackenzie, which, you know, pot still proudly on the label.
I can't do that. I can't do that. And with the pot still we released, we called it a 5-grain whiskey, even though I have proof. And the manifesto, back to the manifesto point, manifesto was our first release. And we call it manifesto because it stood for what we believed in. And in the manifesto, we recreated or we remade whiskies from the past 200 years. Every single one of them, I have a physical record of it in a distillery somewhere in Ireland being called a pot still. And none of them could be released today as a pot still. So that was our manifesto, was to bring flavor back, to bring choice back to the consumer, and not to be tied by just this one word, pot still, although it is important for the sub reason that in Ireland, the lowest common denominator category is actually Irish whiskey. You don't have to say blended Irish whiskey. You just have to say Irish whiskey. And I think that really impacts on anyone who is playing outside the two definitions of single malt and single pot still. Everything else is just Irish whiskey. And therefore, how do you compete with, say, a €25 supermarket Irish whiskey when you're an €80 Irish whiskey and you both have the same category definition? And I think that is a problem. And I know, talking to small producers, we're beginning to feel that now. And we're having to spend too much time educating the public, which is really not what we're here to do.
And you know, there is a piece about education, but actually the labeling should be part of that piece, because that's easy to say, because you know, not everyone's going to listen to something like this. You know, most of the kind of general kind of consumer is just going to pick up a bottle in a retail store, or going to see it on the back of a bar and be interested. And some might ask, but some might just read the back of the label. Some might not even do that. They just want it as simple as possible for them to understand what they're getting at the end of the day in that bottle. You know, and I think
just to clarify one point, when I meant by education, I meant if you got to go into the minutiae of EU law when talking about whiskey.
No one wants that.
They're gone.
I mean, most of us are gone going into the minutiae of European law. And we're working with it.
Good point.
But, you know, I think it's so important. And you know, all these whiskeys today, I think for me, I knew, you know, even if you gave them to me blind, I could still say I'm in this country. You know, I'm feeling that this is still a whiskey. I can tell you in the IWC over the last couple of days, whilst we have had some absolutely outstanding whiskies that are very whiskies and have been beautiful, made probably by some of you guys in the room today. But we've also had some really interesting ones where they didn't taste the whiskey. And then we were like, well, we're not judging it. It's out, because at the heart of everything has to be whiskey. And I think today you've all really shown how that can be done, but still with a little va-va-voom of something interesting and exciting. Just for the audience out, let's say if anyone's got any questions, if you want to throw them up on the thing, go into Journey. Alex, thank you. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, please throw them up on the screen. I'll ask them as we go. I mean, I'll keep asking questions because I've, as usual, got 5,000. Oh, this is a good one. Thank you. Whiskey Lovers Society, you're wonderful. You have been throwing up comments all morning, and we are very much appreciative of that. A lot of people are saying that the quality of whiskey is going down compared to 20 years ago. That's a very interesting question. Do you think this is true? Emma, do you want to start with that? And then we'll go around and you can all say what you think.
I'm actually going to go to a bit of a story very quickly on this. I was asked to do, it was just after I joined, moved into the role of Master Blender. And I was asked to do a tasting in public of Johnny Walker Black Label today, with a Johnny Walker Black Label that was bottled, I think, the late 60s, early 70s. And I was like, oh God, right, I've got to do this in front of people. What if it's not? What if it's completely different? Am I going to be the shortest lived Johnny Walker Master Blender ever? Is that going to be me out? And it was really interesting to try it, that because they were so similar. They were really, really similar, but there was a difference, but it was almost an industry difference. Because when the older whiskey had been distilled, it was before, when the whiskey had gone into cask, it was before we had as much American oak in the Scottish whiskey industry. So the flavour style had shifted very slightly. So it was a little bit more astringent and bitter. There was less of the sort of American oak sweetness. But if you strip that away, it was still very much the same. So I think that there could be things like that. I would say for me, quality is always at the forefront. It's that quality flavour because you're thinking about the consumer. So we do lots of analysis as well as sensory. Everything is based on sensory, but we've got a lot of backup and data from over the past 40 plus years that shows that we are actually making whiskey really consistently. Like we're seeing that coming through. We've got the data to back that up. So I take that challenge on. I think it's a good challenge for us to have, and we should always have that in mind of, are we making things of the best quality that we can? And I would say that we are, and it's something that we strive to do. That's why we've got the team that we have. We've got so many people working in Scotch whisky because we are always looking at the quality that we're looking to produce.
Yeah, 100%. Ian?
I think that the industry has changed over 20 years. So to expect it to be absolutely identical is perhaps asking a wee bit too much. So the industry has changed. I mean, I have memories of visiting Dalmore Distillery back in the early 1960s, and I know for a fact they were making it different then than they are today. You know, and every other distillery that I'm aware of has changed. You've gone, particularly the mash tun has changed. The wort is much clearer. There are many really small incremental changes. In terms of has the quality changed, depends how big that word is. I mean, if it's a really big word, no, the quality hasn't changed at all. But if you drop it down into the real minor little detail, yes, it has changed. Just because it's changed doesn't mean to say it's bad. It's changed. Well, maybe it's changed for the better, or maybe it's just changed. I think that I much prefer to look forward than to look back. I find driving the car so much more comfortable if I'm looking forward. You know, I mean, it's just I much prefer to look forward. Look back, yes, great. Understand where you've come from. Of course, the quality, not the quality. The quality is the wrong word, and people mix up style and quality. Those are two words that are hugely different. Quality is about consistency. And style is Lagavulin the same Lagavulin as it was? That's style, and it's different. Has the style changed? Slightly. Has the quality changed? Absolutely not. And I think people get those two words confused.
Changed as well. It's the
That's
other thing we have to think about. I think
that's something that I'd like to ask Dawn, but it can be seen as being a little bit argumentative, or you're trying to turn it back on people, especially if you're coming from Diageo. But there's it's that trend. Has people's taste changed as they've tried different things, as they've tried different spirits, different beers, different foods? Is that changed? And you're looking back in a nostalgic way slightly to.
We know even generational people's palates change. You go from very sweet palate when you're younger because you're drinking sweet things. I'm sure a lot of you have heard me say this before. It's the way I predict trends. I'm not a soothsayer. I'm just watching how people are going through their journey in their lives. And, 100% we change in our flavor profiles. We look at now in compare, like the levels of sweetness that we're as a society now indulging in are very different to what they were, I would say, even 15 years ago. So I think, yeah, definitely. Peter, I mean, what do you think about?
I won't repeat what Emma and Ian have said. I totally agree with them. I think the other thing to say is that sometimes there's a thing called managed change, which is when a brand owner will decide to change a product because they want to scale it, for example. That's happened a lot in Ireland because the category has expanded over the past 20 years, and in which case then there is quite a bit of perceptible change between something bottled in the 90s and bottled now, but it's not any worse, it's just different. And the reasons being that the producer in question needed to change the way that the whiskey was made to scale it, and therefore it'll have a different flavor profile.
And I think what's available today is very different. If we look at how grains are grown, grains are now grown for yield of both product from the grain itself and yield of alcohol, because actually if you are going to scale up, that's straight back to it, that is going to change. So where we are seeing some quite interesting things is seeing how some of these smaller guys, like two from over in Scandinavia, how they're playing with heritage grains, farmland grains, and of course they're getting very, very different flavors. But me and Dave did a very interesting talk with Bread Lab a couple of years back, I think, for Virtual Whisky Show. And the guy's like, look, there's some insane grains out there that give you incredible flavor, but you can't make money. And if you can't make money, you can't produce whiskey.
Yeah.
So, you've got to think about that. Yeast, fermentation times, all these things have changed. Also, direct fire, I'm presuming Scotland Emma, going back to your point about sustainability, what's the future of direct fire?
Yeah.
Like, there's so many things that as the world changes, we have to change. And my argument would be, yes, there are some absolutely incredible. All of us here have been very fortunate to try some of the most insane whiskies from back in the day. But we've also been incredibly lucky to try some of the most insane whiskies today. And it's, I think, something that you kind of have to look at from two sides. And as Ian said, yeah, we all love to try the past, but hell, I'm excited for the future.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's really, really important. And we've got about sort of 5 minutes or so. Perfect. Rye whiskey is associated with cocktails. How can we change this vision and increase consumption? Great question, Cesar. Anyone want to tackle that particularly? I mean, you're all making a rye, and anything that you think, how can we get the consumer drinking more rye, I guess is the question.
I think that we have done our best to back off the cocktail, but I think it's dangerous territory. I will never tell anybody how to drink the whiskey. If you want to open a bottle of tomato ketchup, well, on you go. As long as you paid for it, I don't care. But I think what we've got to do is to allow people the opportunity to try things differently. And I think that drinking rye on its own is a great idea. But I think we need to present those opportunities for people to try it that way, and to maybe talk about it as a whiskey in exactly the same way as we talk about all the other whiskies. And I think that, it will increase consumption, but I think people need to try it first, and you can only really try it if you take it on its own.
100%. Anyone else want to step in on that, or
just to say that I think one rye is not the same as the next rye, and the more consumer choice you have, the more you'll find a rye that rocks your boat.
Yeah, and the more that we can put things like rye on the label,
yes,
and make it obvious, I think is also super important.
Yeah.
Emma, any comments on that, or?
No, I agree entirely with both what Ian and Peter are saying. And I think when we did the Johnnie Walker High Rye, it was very much created to be a dram, so to be enjoyed. And Ian, as you said, with a bit of ice as well, because it made it almost more thick, more viscous as well, which was really interesting. But we always make sure that you're thinking about, we keep on talking about the customer, the consumer, thinking about different ways that they can drink it. And if we can get people to come into rye via a cocktail, and then they get more confidence to be able to try rye as a standalone, I think that's ideal. It is all about how do we get more people to try the Scotch, the Irish whiskies that we know and love, and enjoy them as much as we do.
100%. And I think, like as I said earlier, I think the ryes we're making in the UK and Ireland are more generous, gentler styles of rye. So, try those, go into the Nordics, then go across to America where you get the big, and Canada where you get the big spicy monsters. But as you say, every distillery is doing something completely different. And I remember, actually, Emma, this is one you'll love. I had some wonderful customers when I worked for Selfridges in Birmingham, and we went up and we did a tasting of Johnnie Walker and other whiskies for, I can't remember what. And this one gentleman goes to me, Johnnie Walker Blue is my favorite dram. And he goes, but you're going to hate me. And I was like, what? He's like, I mix it with Coke. And I was like, but if that's what you love, just do it.
Yeah.
And I said, but do me a favor. Next time you drink it, taste it before you add the Coke.
Yeah.
Just to see if maybe, just maybe, you start. And he came back to another tasting about a couple of months later, and he comes running up to me and he's like, Dawn, I'm drinking Johnnie Walker Blue neat. But occasionally still with Coke.
That's fantastic.
You have to experiment. I think that's why we do what we do every day, which is go out and talk to people. And liquor to lips is one of the most important things on the planet. And like for me, it's why I do my job. We want people to taste, we want people to try, we want people to engage. And I think the more we can give people as a breadth of range, you know, I think, look, 10 years ago, I think the only rye we probably would have had in the UK is American. I genuinely, having been, you know, we were taking on whiskies and Selfridges, I think probably Cairo or maybe Stowning were probably the two ryes that we took on after. And they were the first sort of European styles we had. So it's amazing to see all three of you bringing more rye to the general public, and actually really great at different price points, because, you know, Emma, you know, you're kind of approaching a more general customer. Peter, you're probably somewhere in the middle, and Ian, you're going for a customer that probably, if they're paying for a bottle of rye law, then they are going to try it neat first, because they're appreciating whiskey neat at that level. So I think the more levels we can get and the more styles we can get, the more we're going to bring people on the journey of rye. But I think all of us are already on it, even though it might be very difficult to make. I'm going to wrap up now. But guys, absolutely fantastic. Thank you for joining us on a Saturday at 11 something, or now 12 something. I have no idea already what time it is, which is great considering I've got 23 hours and a bit to go. But I really appreciate you taking the time. It is always amazing to talk to all of you. I always really enjoy it. But guys, if you can give a hands up, I don't know if we can do that on the little StreamYardy thing, but no, guys, thank you so much for taking time of your Saturdays. And we love everything you're doing, and can't wait to see the new ones on a shelf at the Whisky Exchange, maybe coming soon.
Thank you, and good luck, Dawn, for the rest of the 24 hours.
Yes. Great. Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Thank you very much. Bye. All right, so coming up, guys, our next session is all about ryes and grains. So join us in a couple of minutes. We're just going to get set up and ready for the next session. Thank you.
And we are back.
I was like,
I know.
I'm watching the screen. I was like, oh, then we're on.
If only you could see what goes on here in the run-up to actually coming live to your screens. We get about a minute of just sitting here quietly with our mics live, waiting to know whether or not you're going to be able to see us.
And if you know me and Ortis, sitting quietly for a minute is probably one of the most challenging things in the entire world.
It's the hardest thing. Welcome to our Europe Move Over Barley section. Our three guests today are from distilleries across Europe. We've got Frederic Revol, Loic Lelay, and Patrick Van Zuydam. Welcome, chaps.
Hello.
Hello, you wonderful gentlemen. How are you all today on this fine Saturday morning?
Well, the sun is shining.
We don't want it. Actually, we want rain today because we want people not wanting to go outside and sitting at home doing nothing. So we're praying for rain in the UK for once. No. But no, thank you so much for joining. I'm big fans. Well, we're big fans of all your whiskies, and so very excited to delve into this. We've just done a session actually, which has worked beautifully into this one, where we were sort of talking about Scotland and Ireland and challenging the status quo, and we were talking a lot about different grains, especially rye. So quite an interesting way to kick off the
and we're gonna kick off straight away. Actually, this is a question that I'd like all of you to address, if that's okay. And it's, why do you think a lot of European whiskies have shifted their focus onto grains rather than barley? And does this in any way signify that barley's reign at the top is over? Frederic first, if you don't mind.
I would ask the question another way, maybe. Why Scotch whiskey has ignored the incredible potential of the amazing kingdom of the different grains? And probably this is linked to the history, obviously. Spelt, buckwheat or rye are not common crops in Scotland. But I think it is also due to industrialization and a kind of a conservatism from our Scottish mates. When you have a good recipe and you developed it on a worldwide market, you don't change it. You don't take the risk. So this tells a parallel story for me of the European whiskey. We have different agricultural backgrounds and culture, and probably we are more in craft and focused on innovation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and very interesting, actually. I think that idea, we were just talking about that, the idea between that balance between tradition and innovation, and how sometimes they do this, but I guess with regions that haven't got that history, you're less bound by that kind of friction, I guess.
If your terroir doesn't lean into it, then you've got to find somewhere else to another way to innovate, haven't you? Patrick, where do you stand on that?
I think I disagree. Sorry.
That's okay. That's brilliant.
I tend to disagree with everybody. Right? That's good. But I think barley still reigns supreme. It's my biggest whiskey sales are still barley. I love barley. I love malt whiskey. It's a wonderful product, but that doesn't take away from the fact that other grains have amazing potential as well. Mm-hmm. Now, and I do agree with Frederic that, for example, here in Holland, in the south of Holland, where I'm based, we had really poor sandy soils. So 200 years ago, now we got all kinds of fertilizers and animal fertilizer, whatever. So now you can grow anything you want. But 200 years ago, the only thing that wanted to grow here was rye, because it's the only grain that could take those stupid sandy soils and survive. It's like a weed. So it's a wonderful grain, and it's always been part of Dutch distilling heritage. As long as you go back, I think the Dutch was one of the first countries to develop distilling, and rye has always been part of that, because it was the one grain that was always left over because nobody wanted to fucking eat it. So so it's been part of distilling history here, because it was the grain that was there.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget that 200 years ago, now we choose the grain that we want to grow for the flavor profile that it gives. And I just love rye. But 200 years ago, you distilled whatever was left over on the farm.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Loic, why is Europe leaning more into other grains and away from barley?
So at first, I would like to say that I agree with Frederick, and we're not a threat for the Scotch or the Irish or the previous whiskey that were there before us. But the point is that at the beginning of maybe 20 or 25 years ago, when my father chose to make a whiskey with buckwheat, the point was, okay, the Scotch made it very well with barley. So for him, it was a nonsense to make a whiskey like the Scottish or the Irish. So that's why we choose to move to another grain, and especially a Breton grain. A buckwheat is very popular in Brittany, and that's why now we still make this recipe with our whiskey recipe with buckwheat. And it was very courageous 25 years ago. Yeah. But now I think that the people are more open-minded in this way. And that's why now we've got Patrick and Frederick talking about that.
I think it's really interesting. I just did a sort of talk with some journalists around Nordic whiskies in particular, and off the back, actually, Patrick, of us going up to the Nordic Whiskey Forum. And it's all about tradition, isn't it? You're still linking with tradition because of the grains that were traditionally grown. And, it's going back and looking at actually what was available when distillation was starting out. And it would have been those grains. And I think it's, even though in our eyes it seems quite innovative, it actually isn't. It's back to culture, history, and sense of place, which I think every whiskey needs to speak about today. We're not making whiskey. We are making whiskey globally, but it has to talk about the locality. And I think that's hugely important, which is why I'm a massive fan of everything that you guys do, because I think it really does that beautifully. Actually, and Patrick, I'll kick off with you. I mean, for me, you are definitely the rye master.
What have I done?
Well, Patrick, I do love torturing you, as you know.
Yeah, I still love
I've been tasting Patrick's ryes. I think maybe, actually, no, I said earlier that maybe it was, well, after American, it might have been Cairo or Kiru. Sorry, I always pronounce it incorrectly. That was one of the first. But I think potentially, actually, Patrick, I had your ryes stocked at Selfridges even before that. So, I've had a long history working with Patrick's whiskies. And, I think, what was it about rye? You've talked a little bit about the history, but also because it is a bugger to actually make. Why rye? Why did you decide to torture yourself, essentially?
Making whiskey from malted barley is easy, and that is, I do agree with Frederick, and that's something most people can do. It's quite an easy process to make whiskey from malted barley. You brew a clear beer and then you distill it. It's easy, no burning in the still. It's all very, as soon as you mix rye with hot water, you get something that looks like wallpaper paste. That's what it looks like. Every day we make 15,000 liters of wallpaper paste, and then some idiot decides to ferment that. When I started out with rye, that sometimes went wrong when the fermentation took off a little bit too enthusiastically. Half the fermenter ended up on the floor because it fermented literally out of the fermenting tank. So it's an interesting grain to work with. But after 30 years, I think we got it down now. But no,
I would say you definitely have it, Dad. Like, we've just released a couple of yours, and they're not bad.
That's okay. We try.
I don't hate them, Patrick.
No, it's not too bad. For a Dutch whiskey, you can't expect much.
Loic, you are among the first two in the world to work with buckwheat, and you've already sort of talked about us a little bit as to why you chose to use it. Can we begin with one of your whiskies here, and you can talk us through it? What do we have first?
For those of you tasting along with us, it's the silver we're looking at first. possible. So maybe, around the question, and then maybe bringing a little bit about the whiskey at the end would be fantastic.
Mm-hmm. So just one information. Edu or Edu, you pronounce the way as you are comfortable. It means.
How should we pronounce it?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you taste it or if you buy it.
That's fair enough. Right.
In a Breton sense, you have to say Edu.
Edu.
Okay.
Du is the word for black in Breton language, and Edu or Edu means buckwheat in Breton language. So
I love it. Edu.
Edu. Yeah.
Edu.
And Edu is very floral, fruity whiskey, and it, as Patrick said, it's also nice to make something different, to provide something different in the nose or in the palate. And as I said, that's why my father decided to go in another way compared to the Scottish. And but at the beginning, when he started to make its first distillation, he didn't know how the whiskey will go in flavor. So now we know from the young to the oldest whiskey. And when Edu is young, as Edu Silver, the whiskey you taste, it's floral, fruity. It smells of buckwheat, Breton buckwheat, obviously. And if you have never tasted Breton buckwheat, you can taste Breton pancakes. We call it in French or in Brittany crêpe, or in France, obviously. Yeah. And it's part of the raw material that you can smell when your whiskey is young. And it's similar for Frederick and Patrick. And when my whiskey is getting older and older, it's more concentrated, more spicier, and it's different sorts of different shades of buckwheat.
I actually have one of your whiskeys. My Canadian importer brought it to me.
Okay. So bring me your Canadian contact.
I happily do, my friend. I happily do.
Okay, thank you.
They're wonderful people.
Excellent.
He's actually here now in my distillery. Actually here.
Is it that fruitiness that you think is really unique? I mean, because for me, it's almost vinous. It almost has this like
vinous,
great kind of freshness. It's a very pretty whiskey.
Yeah, it's maybe because it's aged in cognac casks, and another story at the beginning when my father launched his whiskey, he had the help of a master blender who works in the cognac industry for Rémy Martin for over 30 years, and he told to my father, so Guy, you need to age your whiskey in cognac casks because your whiskey, when you will launch it, it will have 3 years old, and it's it's a small age for a whiskey, especially at the end of the 90s or at that moment. So that's why it chose to age, and we still use this technique for our whiskey. That's why we use cognac cask, because at the beginning, whiskey, when we put our whiskey in the barrel, the cognac brings lots of freshness. I don't know if it's clear, but that's why maybe you've got this feeling of grapes.
Loic, in terms of terroir, what kind of soil does buckwheat need to grow? Is it drastically different to other grains, or generally the same?
Oh, Frederick, help me, please. In English?
I don't grow buckwheat, so I don't know if it's possible. But Brittany soils are very
granitic.
Yes,
granitic.
Yeah.
And
granitic. Okay.
Yeah, and buckwheat comes from obviously Brittany, our buckwheat, and it's collected around 50 kilometers away from the distillery. We are not our own harvester, but we buy our buckwheat to a local supplier. And but in the future, we are going to launch, whiskey, our whiskey made from buckwheat from a different soil. So we will see how the terroir will play on the taste.
It's very interesting, this whole terroir thing, because you know me, I'm a wine person. So for me, I'm like, yeah, you whiskey people, take your terroir and stuff it. But I think it is really interesting those now we're seeing where they're growing on certain soils, because for me, granite and grapes gives a savory character, it gives acidity. And actually on yours, I really definitely get this lovely freshness. And I do wonder if that's maybe something. I'm not going to admit that you have terroir. We have 24 hours.
We'll talk.
If we move on to you, Frederick, and just, what's incredible, and I didn't know this until I did a bit of research, that you are the oldest organic whiskey distillery certified in the world. That's pretty amazing. And
I'm still young.
And so, did you guys start out wanting to do sustainability or organics from a perspective of that was what was right for the soil, that was right for the environment? Were you led a little bit by the French wine movement, which has been practicing organics, especially where you are for a long time? And also maybe at the same time talk a little bit about your first whiskey, which is, so guys, on the labels, you have to look really carefully.
It's almost
one
imperceptible.
has a circle and one has a square. We're on the circle one. On the big bottles, it's very obvious. When you're looking at the perfect measure ones, I was like this. Oh my Lord, I'm so old. Circle. Sorry, Frederick.
We can take glasses right now, but to answer your question, as a French guy, I've been definitely influenced by my French culture and the question of terroir. And as you, I'm a French lover. I'm a wine lover, sorry. And
not a French lover?
You can be both. Frederick,
and we're only the second hour in, folks.
I'm a wine lover, yes, and when I felt the organic and the natural wine movement in the beginning of the millennium was so interesting for my palate after years of boring domination of porker and the wood in the taste of wine. This movement has offered something new, fresh. For the wine, more oriented of the taste of the raw materials and the grapes, and my conscience to the question of ecology is also linked to my background. Before making whiskey, I was involved as a consultant in sustainability in the wine and the food industry. So for me, I believe that the fight for flavor is and the fight for the environment are the two sides of the same coin. This is a way to create inspiring spirits that are both enjoyable to drink, but also enjoyable to produce. As Loic and Patrick said, there is something so interesting in trying to create new ways of working, even if it's difficult, even if there are some challenges to move forward. So 15 years ago, it was obvious for me that organic and to bring an organic and an holistic approach to the whiskey industry from grain to bottle, and I was convinced that it was possible to make a great whiskey as a French fine wine, as a Grand Cru, as we said in France. And about the bottles. So this is a rye, And all these lovely numbers mean something, actually. Or
if you could explain that.
So we have a collection which is called episteme. Episteme is coming from ancient Greek and denotes means science, with the meaning of knowledge, but also the ability to be knowledgeable in practice, the know-how, something like that. And we make some exploration because for years, from the beginning, I have been committed to consciously preserving the memory of the condition under which each whiskey has been produced from field to bottle. So I have a database, and this database offers some interesting perspective on the elements influencing flavor. For example, for this bottle, these two bottles, this is an exploration about the plot influence. So R means rye, 18, this is the vintage. P means this is a P exploration. And 23, this is the date of bottling. So you've got two expressions, square and round. And in these two expressions are almost twins. So they are both single rye. They have been produced from two separate batches, but using the same production techniques. Each batch was malted, moshed, fermented, and distilled during the summer using the similar recipe under the same conditions. And each of the two batches, the only difference, this is the plot where the grain is coming from.
So the only difference is plot.
Yes, exactly. The square one.
Field?
Sorry?
In the same field or different?
No, this is very different. We are in the Alps, in a mountain plate, and there are different soils in terms of pedology and different exposition as well. So the square plot here is at the foot of the Montaiguille cliff. This is limestone and very chalky soil exposed to the west. And the circle one is on a rhyolitic stone from a kind of ancient volcano. And the plot is surrounded by age. And this is one of the plot of my farm where I use organic and regenerative agroecological method for 15 years.
Okay.
So two different plots, very different plots, but same rye, the same seeds, and everything is so you can feel through with degustation the difference between the two.
I mean, if guys, if you want to pick up now and just try the two together, they are so different. It's incredible, and it's really, really interesting to go back to that idea of
terroir,
of sense of place.
A sense of place.
Sense of place. Yeah.
We'll get it.
And both delicious, though. Fantastic. Should we move on?
And this is the same casks, so there's no difference due to the maturation. So it's amazing.
I mean, genuinely, this for me is a real terroir.
It is.
It is because it reminds me very much of an experiment I did with wine where there was two, but this time it was from the same vineyard. Yeah. Literally 2 rows apart. One's called White Bones, one's called White Stones. The wines made exactly the same way, completely different. And soil is so influential. It's incredible.
There you go.
See, when you're over to the terroir side, you will come over to the dark side.
Come on. Patrick, if we can move on to you now, and
God.
the first one we've got is the 92. How much focus is happening in the fields where your grain is raised compared to what's happening in the distillery? Is it an even balance, or do you lean more into one than the other?
I think I think my colleagues will agree with me that, when you produce whiskey, it's not one thing that makes the whiskey taste as it tastes. It's that, it's like sex. You have to do a lot of little steps to get to a happy ending.
I knew you were going to bring this up. So when I was doing a bit of research, I found this quote that you'd said about sex, and I literally was going to bring it up, and then I forgot to do it.
How do you think?
No, but you need to do a lot of things right to get a good whiskey. It's not one thing. It's not the growing of the grain or the fermentation or the distilling. It's all these steps have to be managed, but also have to fit together. So you have to use the grain that you got in the way that it brings the best whiskey out of that grain. It's not as straightforward as people would make it out to be. It's all these little things have to come together to make a great whiskey. And greatness doesn't come cheap. Greatness doesn't fall out of the sky. You have to pay attention. You have to pay attention. You have to make sure that you do all these little steps in order to get the best possible result. So yes, I think the field is really important, because what I try to do is, because we plant the rye in the autumn. Yeah, so it's a winter grape. Let's give it in this northern climate. It gives you a little bit of an advantage in the springtime. If I look outside, the fields are still soaking wet now. So if you have to plant now, you're going to be really late planting. So if you plant in the autumn, that helps to have a head start on the field. And then you don't want to put too much fertilizing on the field, because if you put a lot of fertilizing on the field, you get really big grains. So the grains will be plump, but all that plumpness is from starch. It's all starchy. That the more fertilizer you put on, the more starch you get in the grain. And that is great, because you get more tonnage out of the field, so you get more yield out of the field, but you get less flavor. And for us, as stupid distilleries, we want flavor. Flavor is more important than yield, at least to me. And I think so. You want to have the grain grow a little bit lean, so it has to fight to get the nutrients out of the soil. And then you don't want to water it if you can avoid it. What falls out of the sky falls out of the sky. You cannot control that. But rye is one of those grains that can do perfectly well without too much water. And if a couple of years ago we had a really dry May and a really dry June, it means I had a horrible yield on the field, because the grains were like tiny. But it's one of the some of the best rye I've ever made, because it was so concentrated in flavor. So yeah, what happens on the field is important, but after that, of course, you have to, use the right yeast to ferment it with. In my case, we use two different yeast strains. So we do an American distiller's yeast, and we use a beer yeast, a brewing yeast combined. So the brewing yeast gives you a lot of fruity flavors. The distilling yeast gives you more spicy flavors and gives you more, mops up, basically has more efficient use of the nutrients in the beer. So you have to do all these things together to make a good whiskey.
I mean, this one's delicious. I mean, all of them. And I think what's really nice.
This is the young one. This is the 92, yeah? You're talking about.
This is the 92. And I think what's really nice, we talked about rye earlier and how there's so many different expressions of rye. And if I look at your rye and Frederick's rye, they're still rye. They still have that wonderful texture and that roundness and that viscosity and that hint of spice. But
they're
so
different. Yeah.
But that's the idea. I don't want to make the same whiskey as Frederick. I'm sure Frederick doesn't want to make the same whiskey I do. No, mine's pretty good as well. But but it's that we all need to make something that fits our personality as well. So it needs to be something from me, and it needs to be something that from Frederick. And we can use the same grain. We might even use some of the same methods of getting to that point. But I think it also has to fit the personality of the idiot that's behind it. Sorry, Frederick, I was not calling you an idiot. I was calling myself an idiot.
Patrick,
I'm
we're calling
comfortable
you
with
one.
that.
Both delicious. Louis, I guess going back to that kind of sense of place, call it terroir, and I'm going to murder the name of this forest, but you source casks from within the region, and they're from Brocandel.
No. We call it pronounced Brocéliande.
Brocéliande. Okay, I'm with you. I was like, I'm gonna murder that. This is great. Why did you? And we've got an example of one of the whiskeys using the cask. Why did you decide that you wanted to use casks made from the specific forest? And is it linked back to trying to be as local as possible with the whiskey? As
local as we can. Because back in the beginning of this century, we made a 100% buckwheat whiskey with Breton buckwheat, local buckwheat. So in 2005, we were looking for Breton casks because we use raw material from Brittany. Why don't we choose a cask from Brittany? And because we are proud to be Breton. And in my family, we have been distilling for 5 generations. The 3 first generation distill apples. When my father took over the distillery in 1986, he saved probably more than 20 apple varieties. His 3 sons, he integrated his 3 sons in Breton school. In Brittany, we've got our language, our flag, our national anthem, and it's part of the Lolles family DNA. And that's why we choose Breton buckwheat. We choose a Breton wood from Brocéliande forest.
Brocéliande.
And Brocéliande is above all the most famous forest in Brittany. And have you heard about the King Arthur, Merlin l'Enchanteur, or Merlin the Sorcerer? And
Merlin, yep.
It comes from this.
Merlin, King Arthur.
I didn't hear.
Sorry, I was like, if you know Merlin, you know King Arthur.
Well, maybe I'm a Merlin fan.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? And yeah, that's the point, to have a 100% Breton whiskey from the grain to the barrel. And
what do you think? Sorry, what do you think this particular oak gives? Because for me, you have that wonderful freshness and florality, but you've got an added layer of almost sweet spice. Is that coming from the oak, particularly to that forest?
Yeah, but fresh oak or fresh cask doesn't stay forever new. So it's the work of the cellar master. So, but at the very beginning, my parents went to Cognac, to our cooperage, and the barrel maker said that it brings special flavor. Fresh or new cask brings wood, vanilla, obviously, but it's slightly different when you try to make taste in those barrels. So that's why you still have this kind of freshness. It's not too woody, it's not too vanilla, it's delicate, but it remains the works of the cellar master, I think.
Okay.
I mean, it's delicious. Yeah, and I remember first tasting your whiskeys. I think it might have been Whisky Lab Paris, our competitor show, not quite as good as the Whisky Show. Sorry,
larger doesn't mean better.
Bigger's never better. And it's just. And actually, all of you guys, it's this real beautiful fruit that I think you get across all of them, which I think are just so appealing and so generous in their styles, which I think is fantastic.
Very
delicious.
Just as a plus information, we try as much to work with local material from our area. I think that's the same for Patrick, for Frederick.
Yeah.
And for example, last year we've got an hurricane here in Brittany called Kiran. Maybe you've got it in Great Britain.
A little.
And an old century tree, oak tree, fall down during the hurricane. And by chance, we can save this tree to bring it to the cooperage. And then the next year, we will provide a edu age in a local from the town of Plumela, my town.
So even more local.
Yeah, yeah.
Hyper local.
Yeah, very specific there. Frederick, you have a range that focuses solely on single plots of rye and barley. What do you see as the differences between these two grains in particular? And do you feel that these give evidence of terroir in spirits?
I think the answer is in the glass, and as a French lover, as I fully agree with Patrick.
Yeah, we already know.
So for me, this is creating whiskey from different crops. This is a delicate combination from the field to the whiskey, and each steps has to fit to be in connection with the previous one, and we are playing with that, and also so finally when you are harvesting your grain, you are feeling some things about this year the rye has more minerality. This year the barley is more floral, and so you will carry on and pay attention to this because you have smelled the specific taste of the wash, and so you are it's important for us to keep that to magnify
so you're seeing real vintage variation between
definitely
years. And that's, I mean, I'm presuming like wine, it's linked to climate. So I know, Patrick, you said earlier that if you're of course it's like a vine, if the grain is struggling, it pushes more flavor forward. Working organically, how much more of a challenge is that? Because of course in bad vintages you're maybe at a slightly more challenging because you can't spray like someone not working organically. How is that vintage variation and working organically play?
I think we are working on agricultural system to be more resilient, to don't have we hope that we don't need fertilizer or chemical entrance, and we are believing that we are working on that. Our conversation with nature, with the grain, is being more intense, and we have to adapt definitely. But with living soil, I don't know if it does exist in English. Yes, with living soil, with a lot of mushrooms and symbiotic microbes. The taste, the flavor, the complexity of the grain is better, and so that's the way we are working on, and definitely there is a huge influence for me in the taste of this, but also, as Patrick said, if you worked without pay attention to that, you will cancel this delicate stuff. If you are distilling always the same way, if you are putting a lot of new oak, obviously this delicate difference won't be in the glass. But this is our job, I think, to work with all these small things to make great things.
Okay.
I mean, I have to say, soil. My mind was blown the other day. I was in Champagne actually, and I was with a gentleman called Jerome Provost who works organically and biodynamically, and we went up into the vineyards. And I'm trying to find the picture of the two different soils, but it wasn't even just the soil itself. Actually, it was more about the smell and like I won't name the one vineyard that was not farmed. It was farmed with lutte raisonnée. So lutte raisonnée is, for those of you who don't know, is basically minimal intervention and sort of as much sustainability as possible. And one was farmed that way, but still using chemicals on there. And the smell, the one soil smelt dead. It was just clay, a lump of clay, and it was horrible. A certain large brand uses that for their champagne as one of their plots. I'm just going to say that out loud. And then the other one was his vineyard, and it was alive. It smelt alive. I'm trying to find the picture because it's actually incredible. And I literally was on my hands and knees smelling dirt. At that moment, Jerome Provost fell in love with me. He was like, yes, you are smelling dirt. I was like, this is amazing. But I think that's such a powerful thing to say. I think that's really interesting. Sorry, I just got very excited.
Is there any pictures of that?
I'm trying to find what me on the ground. Hold on, I've got
You found it. Okay.
I don't know if you can. Hold on. Can everyone? No, you can't see.
You might,
it.
if you take.
I'll put it on my Instagram.
Okay.
I think it's been on my Instagram before, but it was incredible. Just fantastic. Like one's a completely different color than the other, and one's alive. There were worms in one. There were no worms in the other.
Okay.
One was sad soil. One was happy soil. Sorry, I've gone off piece there. No, that's absolutely fantastic.
I was warned about this. I was warned about this. So the last one.
We've got the Patrick's 100%.
Yes, 100%.
And I see I've doubled up on a question here, so we're going to freewheel this one. Patrick, I mean, like, rye for you is not just what you do, but is a very important part. And actually, the one thing that I think's been really incredible that I've learned about your whiskies over the years is their aging potential. How do you think these different grains, is one better aging? Is it about the cask using? Is it about the management? Or do you think actually different grains age in different ways?
Well, definitely that grain, every whiskey ages in a different way, depending on how you distill it. You know, you can have a malt whiskey, but if I distill it or one of my friends distill it, it will age in a different way because it's all about, you know, everything that's in that new make that will determine how it ages. It's not, you know, and the grain is important too because the grain will give you different, you know, congeners in the final whiskey. So the different congeners will take different things out of the wood. But even if you have the same grain and you distill it in two different ways, it will take different things out of the wood. So everything. It influences everything, and that's the beauty and the hard part of what we do is that every decision that you make in the production process of whiskey will cascade down and influence what kind of whiskey you have at the end. So, but if you want to have a whiskey that has aging potential, the one thing you shouldn't do is make it too clean. You know, if you want to make it too clean, it doesn't have any, you know, aging potential, and your 10-year-old will not be tasting any different or better than a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old. So you want to have a little bit of dirt in your whiskey. Not necessarily your kind of dirt that you pick up on the ground, but I mean big flavors that you know don't want to all distill out of your whiskey.
We've actually got a good question. Should we?
Yeah, go for it.
With all the variables in terroir, the sense of place in whiskey, how can you predict the outcome? Can you predict the outcome? Great question, Chanel. Does anyone want to dive in on that? Or?
I think the more experience you have, the better you get at determining the outcome. But yeah, you know, not everything we do has a fixed outcome. You know, you can have two casks aging side by side, filled with the same whiskey, and I think my friends will admit that, and they will give it a different whiskey. If you look at them as single casks. They will give a different whiskey. So, it's very difficult to exactly determine what will come out of the cask, which is also the nice part, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
And you have to be good at every aspect of the most important stage, and after that you will have the best of your grain, but you can predict the final result.
Not completely. You can have the more experience you get, you can have a very good idea what it's going to be. Yeah.
And I said before that we have, as we do everything from the field, we have a huge database, and the aim of this database is not to imagine being able to penetrate all the mysteries of the whiskey. Definitely we don't, but just we learn. Just we this is a way to broadening our senses, to be more sensitive to different things, to of nurturing our understanding of the world of whiskey and how we can produce it and how it makes us happy or enjoy it.
It definitely does.
And maybe it's good. Maybe it's good that we cannot predict everything. Maybe it's good that we cannot predict everything, because there's so much complexity in whiskey, and so much complexity in the aging of whiskey. I think it's good that we cannot predict everything. It's also part of the charm, I think.
It's nice to have surprises.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean,
it's true.
It's always good to have a plan for something, but every now and again a happy accident occurs, and you have an idea of how you got there. I'm probably leaning back into sex like Patrick does. You have an idea of how you made it, but you couldn't predict exactly what the outcome would be.
Are you talking about your children here?
I didn't want to bring my children into it, but that's pretty much what I'm talking about. But listening to the three of you talk about,
it's not like we're stabbing in the dark. Yeah, we do have an idea of where we want to go, but you have an idea of this is what I want to achieve. But there's some variations in that that you cannot completely predict.
I can appreciate you're not, throwing darts whilst blindfolded, but there is still room for new things to take place.
We are professionals.
So
anyway.
and probably to be too focused on the outcome, you are losing things on the way. You are reducing the complexity if you are too focused on the outcome.
And that's what you don't want to do. You don't want to reduce the complexity. You want to emphasize the complexity and
Loic, buckwheat is very specialized. Not that, I mean, they're all specialized. I didn't realize actually until Patrick had said earlier that you sort of get a paste when you stick rye in boiling water. So that was a nice revelation for me. Buckwheat is specialized, but how hard has it been to get the consumer to try whiskies that sort of sit outside those which we're familiar with? What have the challenges been around buckwheat whiskey production?
It was very hard at the beginning because it's a new type of whiskey. It's not, as Patrick said, easy whiskey like barley. And as you may not know, buckwheat is 4 times more expensive to make compared to barley, because it's 4 times less. Crop yields are 4 times less compared to barley. And 1 ton of buckwheat costs over 1,000 euros. So it's not for an economical choice that we decided to make a buckwheat whiskey. It's more for our Breton roots, and that's the first point. And the second point is how it was difficult to come from the grain to the bottle. And at first, when you mix grain or barley with water, it's very liquid. And then when compared to buckwheat, when you mix with water, it's like glue. It's very complicated to filter. So we need to buy different machine or 2 machines for the filtration. And then after that, we have the final result with the distillation, because I can say that, okay, yes, at the beginning, it's maybe 5 times more expensive than barley to make buckwheat whiskey, but at the final result, we've got something very different, very floral, fruity, buckwheat smells. And yeah, that's how it was at the beginning, and still now.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? So you don't ferment on the grain for the buckwheat. So like for the rye, we have to ferment it on the grain because it cannot be laughtered. But with the buckwheat, you separate, you filter it, you lauter it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes distillation easier.
Yeah.
Any more questions, Patrick?
Yeah, actually, about buckwheat quite a lot, because it's on my wish list. Because I've never done buckwheat. I've done lots of other grains. You know, I don't think you can name many grains that I haven't used, but buckwheat, because it's not a complete grain; it's a pseudo grain. Yeah, it's.
Yeah. And you're right, Patrick. Because at the beginning, my father asked the question to the custom: is buckwheat a cereal? Can I make whiskey from buckwheat? So one month after, the custom came back to my father and said, okay, we've got you have got all the definition to make a whiskey, and we've got also to make a whiskey you need to have a cereal, and inside the cereal we've got buckwheat, so you can make whiskey with buckwheat, and that's the point at the beginning. If not, my father wouldn't have make whiskey with buckwheat.
Okay, we use buckwheat in Holland mainly for pancakes.
Yeah.
So it's grown here. It's grown here, and so yeah, it would be lovely to try and make whiskey out of it. I've never done that. This is one of the things I have not done yet. So
I heard that.
I'm trying to learn here. Don't laugh, Dawn. I'm trying to learn here something.
I think it's great. This might be the birth of a collaboration. Keep talking.
Oh, yeah, sure. I would love to come to Britain to visit.
Yeah,
you'll
be welcome.
We'll leave now.
I will contact you after the broadcast, Patrick.
Yeah,
I'll link you guys up for sure, because I think I know all of you have very, very similar ethoses, and it's great to see. And actually, that brings us nicely in, Frederick. I know, and I have tasted one of my favorite whiskeys at Whisky Live Paris. Was a little number you had under the counter, which luckily I was with Serge, so I was allowed to taste, because no one says no to Serge. Or I was with Dave. I was with one of the 2 gods of the whiskey world, so I was allowed to taste it. But absolutely fantastic spelt. Can you talk a little bit about other grains you're playing around with, and what's exciting about them?
Yeah, in order to loop with your first question, and sure, barley and malt is a super grain, and you can make super whiskey with that. And Scottish and Irish people have done that for centuries. But when I've started, was convinced that other grain could also offer great drams. To make the link with the wine industry, I appreciate very much Pinot Noir, but Shiraz, but Malbec, but are also amazing great varieties, and you can make great wine with this cépage, we say in France. So I wanted to explore different grains types in a pure manner in order to feel the difference of the typicity of each grain. So I've tried a lot of 100% batch of different varieties. And so I've started in 2011 with the rye, 2012 with spelt, and then a dozen of grain types. And for each types, always you are also the question of the varieties. So a lot of shapes of tastes are possible. And also, as an organic farmer, the question of diversity is very important in the field, because crop rotation helps to preserve soil quality, health, to protect from illness, attack from mushrooms, for example.
Diseases, yeah.
And so it was also part of the plan. It makes sense in for the whiskey, but it makes sense for the holistic approach of the farm. So,
hey Frederick, how did you find the spelt? How did you? Because I did spelt as well. You know, I love the spelt. How did you experience it?
What do you mean?
The flavor profile of spelt. So genetically, it's quite closely linked to wheat, of course. But it's like a prehistoric kind of wheat variety. I found it that the spelt had this really typical flavor of what do you call it, baby oil. You know, that kind of sweetness of baby oil that is very typical for the distillate that I got. You know, was very noticeable in the new make.
The flavors are very specific for me, and there is something very also very a lot of emphasis in terms of aromas. You've got something exotic in the flavor, and you've got the same in the bread in France, but I don't know in the UK. There is a lot of spelt bread, and you can find the link between this.
It's a waste of grain.
I think what was really when I tried the one in Paris, and I remember turning to you, Frederick, and going, "Can I get a single cask?" I'm just bringing that up again, just as you know, it was really, really like it had this wonderful balance of fruit, but then this lovely sort of savory, sort of almost not saline, but there was something slightly sort of maybe sort of porcini, mushroomy kind of just backbone to it. It was just this wonderful balance of kind of savory and fruit. I drank the glass.
I like these crops so much for the whiskey, but it's quite it's not so easy to make whiskey with that. And
no. Oh, that one we lauter though. Do you lauter it? Do you filter it?
Yes.
Yes. So the spelt you can filter like a malted barley.
Yeah, it's quite There's no problem with filtration as for the rye, but this is a very low yield grain. So also there is a question of economics in order to be able to offer a great whiskey to the people, but and Dawn, I think at the next year we will bottle some a very small batch of 10 years old single spelt whiskey for the UK market.
The Dawn market?
I look forward to that.
While we've got 15 minutes left, so if there's any questions from the audience, if you want to throw them out there now, just while we're kind of coming to the wrapping up session side of this, if there's any questions out there from anyone, please ping them up type them in either on Facebook or on wherever we're streaming. Yeah. StreamYard.
StreamYard, YouTube.
And the team will throw them up on the question of it. I think we've got plenty of questions to go. There are, do you know what? Absolutely 100% Whiskey Lovers Society, you're a legend. There are some great French whiskies. We actually did at IWSC, I literally sat there, and it's an interesting one because it's the first time we've had so many French whiskies, and I literally sat there and I was like, guys, these are excellent. We need to be looking at these properly. You know, really, these are excellent, beautiful, young, fresh, vibrant whiskies. And I'm pleased to say there were some good scores coming out. I don't know whose whiskies they were, but there were some good scores. So definitely more French whiskey. 40 now distilleries in France. Is that
over
right?
100.
Or
Over
I think more than 100.
More than 100 now.
Yeah, I think.
Insane.
Still a hidden secret.
Still a hidden
Yeah.
secret. More French whiskies.
That's why we have to move over a simple grain whiskey or barley whiskey. And when I, for example, excuse me, I'm taking the speech now, but when I started selling whiskey in 2002, people at the first Whiskey Live in Paris said, "Oh, what is this piece of shit? It's a buckwheat whiskey. No way, no sense." And now the mind has changed in France, and people like to taste something different from the classical whiskey. And it's my strength, my advantage, like Frederick with his special whiskey on Patrick, and that's why it's our role to be there and to suggest something different.
100%. Completely. Sorry.
Yeah, I like the curiosity between the three of you and how you're asking questions of each other in terms of what has worked. And a question has come in from one of our viewers. Is there a grain that didn't work for you, or a grain perhaps that you would avoid at all costs? Patrick?
I would avoid rye at all costs. It's just a horrible grain to work with now. Never do a rye whiskey. It's awful to work with. But no, any grain, I think, any grain you do has its own flavor. We do wheat, we do corn, maize, we do spelt, we do malted barley. Though I've never released a spelt yet. Have you, Frederick?
Yeah.
Have you released the spelt yet? Okay.
Yeah, last year.
I'm gonna need your phone number. I'm gonna call you.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm literally, as soon as I get off this, I'm gonna do an email to all three of you, just so you all have each other's email.
We'll have fun.
Fabulous. Very good.
Well, there's always so much to learn, Dawn, from each other. You can always, there's always so interesting to visit other distilleries because they come up with things that maybe you haven't thought of. But when it comes to grain, I don't think there's any grain that wouldn't work. They all have their own special flavors. But
yeah,
correct.
Yeah. That was simple.
Well,
and I think, it's true. Like having tasted over the last couple of days, like even rice whiskies have a really unique character. I think it's just so interesting. And I think I think what you said was 100% right. The consumer is so much more open to trying different things. And I think we slightly have to thank, and I don't do this often, the gin boom, where suddenly people weren't just drinking, the big brands. They were going out, they were tasting different things. Maybe even we have to thank natural wine, which I also am not a proponent of thanking it very often. But
maybe even
well, we know how much you love gin. Yeah. We know how much you love gin.
I know you know how much I love gin. But, I think we have to thank that and lockdown, because people were just trying stuff because sometimes they couldn't get what they were used to drinking and things like that. And I think it's really opened up people's palates to a whole new world of flavor. And I think actually we've got to give the kind of non-traditional whiskey making countries a round of applause for actually going out and saying it's not just about barley.
Yeah. And we've been doing this for years.
Yeah.
Yeah. But unfortunately, for the moment, I did 2 or 3 exhibitions abroad France, outside France, and my conclusion is that people are focusing on grain or barley whiskey, especially Scotch whiskey. Scotch whiskey is still the most popular whiskey in the world. Whiskey lovers or whiskey consumer are focused on Scotch whiskey. A little bit.
Pricing is going up.
Yeah.
And people they're
watching their pennies more, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's an opportunity and a big one.
Sorry,
Louis.
No matter. But it's sometimes difficult to to bring people to your booth and tell them, okay, it's a new kind of whiskey. It's a rye or buckwheat whiskey. They don't feel in their comfort zone, so they are a little bit disturbed about the grain, about the story, and but you have to convince them and to put their tongue in the glass.
Yeah, I mean, but that's why platforms like this exist. You know, you've got people like Dawn and Billy who, you know, and to an extent Glassmates as well. Yeah. We really are trying to push the message that there are more whiskies than you could ever hope to imagine, let alone drink. And we encourage experimentation. Try something different, because you're almost guaranteed to stumble across something with that curiosity that'll blow your mind and change your life. So Loic, stick with us, and we will help push the product out there and get it on as many tongues as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. We have 5 more minutes. So does anyone out there want to ask any more questions? Otherwise, probably we have a roundup one, I would say. And actually, we've kind of said it. You know, how do we stop the snobbery? How do we get more people drinking different things? It's a question to any of you. You know, how do we go and get people to explore this amazing new world?
I don't think we need to do it. You know, there's nothing wrong with malt whiskey. I still sell more single malt whiskey than I do rye whiskey, but it doesn't stop me from making rye whiskey, because, you know, it's at some point people will notice how amazing it is. You know, even if I don't sell it, I'll drink it all myself.
With me, please.
Yeah, no, I'll join.
I only got 15,000 cost of it, so it's okay.
Frederick, any last words? Or
I think as Ortis said, this is a question of curiosity and to be open to have his life changed by the experience of diversity, the experience of and I'm comfortable with that the fact the malt category. This is the king category. I don't know how to say that in English, but there is a place for every, with all this diversity. So there is a place for an amazing journey for whiskey lover if they are curious, and one is not excluding the other. I think this is the combination of all this that make this world so complex and so enthusiastic.
100%. Yeah. Loic, any last words?
No, I agree. And as I said at the beginning of the broadcast, if Scotch whiskey did not exist, we probably were not here to talk about our passion. And it's a mix between different style of whiskey, different story, and how you promote it, and how your whiskey tastes. So it will be my final word.
And a great word. Guys, honestly, as always, I love talking to you guys. We've loved talking to you guys. Yeah, it's been fantastic. Really fantastic. And obviously a lot more questions to be asked. Yeah. And when you release the new whiskey together, everyone, thank you so much. It's been absolutely wonderful, and really appreciate you taking the time on a Saturday, especially, to talk about our favorite subject, whiskey and terroir. #sense of place.
We'll get you over to the dark side. Don't worry.
Slowly, Patrick. Yeah. No, guys, thank you so much. So coming up next, my last 15 minutes before I get a break and I hand over to the boys with the wonderful Chanel Lecurry, just talking about everything whiskey and how she got into it. And she's actually in the studio today, dancing on the side there. It's very interesting. I wish you could see it. It's quite fascinating.
It's mesmerizing.
Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
My goodness, wonderful.
Wasn't it?
So interesting.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, we'll be chatting to Chanel. Thank you.
Camera together.
They can hear us.
That's all right. I mean what I say.
Sorry. I'm sure you could have just all heard us giggling. I am really happy to be joined here by Chanel. So Chanel and I actually started our journey together with 24 Hours Rum. That was 4 years ago.
July 2020.
Yeah. So this is the second time that we are doing this. And so it felt right to bring Chanel back for more torture.
When you said that you wanted to do a whiskey 24-hour, I went, all right, Dawn, thinking that it was never going to happen. I was like, oh, she'll come right. She'll think sensibly soon.
Those of you who know me, I've never thought sensibly ever in my entire history. But I think, what we wanted to do with these like little breakout sessions was to really kind of, because the whole point of this 24 hours is to bring the whiskey community together. And the whiskey community has not just got one face, it has many faces, and all of us have a journey. And, and I think we've all got a story to tell. So, actually, Chanel, you have such an interesting background, full stop. It's not, you are not just one culture, you are many cultures in one person.
Yeah.
But how did your whiskey journey start?
I started in the drinks industry as a bartender in New Zealand. That's how I started. And that has paid off in dividends pretty much the rest of my career. Never would I think that starting 20 years ago in the bar.
Was that 20, Chanel?
Thanks, Dawn. Thank you. In a little bar in Auckland, literally bar was being held up by a 42 below bottle. That one of the guys that I walked into that bar looking for a job, that is the same person 15 years later who said, hey, do you want a job in New York working for the whiskey brand that I'm working on? You never think about those things, just so many different, there was a beautiful man named Brett Ferentz who was a Scotch trooper.
Yes.
And he used to use the term whiskey fabric, which is exactly, we are whiskey, like just those fabric of people, the threads of people, all connected by this one little
dram
in a glass. And then I don't know, man, from there, I was walking out of a hotel lobby to go to a whiskey show, one put on by Mr. Joshua Hatton from Single Cask Nation. And there was a guy there who had the same bag as me, right? The sample bag and the pull-up banner. And you're like, oh, he must be going to Whiskey Jubilee as well. I said, you want to, come into my Uber and we'll go together. And when he found out I needed a job, he became my boss. He became my boss at where I work now, so Elixir Distillers.
And what are you doing for Elixir Distillers? So everyone, can we please give Chanel a little round of applause? Chanel has just got a promotion. So very exciting, brand new job, which is
I am the
amazing.
Marketing director for Elixir Distillers.
I've lost my question.
I hear you all clapping out there. I hear it all. Thank you very much. Thanks, Billy. He's
clapping in the sidelines.
No, it's been amazing. Before that I was fortunate enough to travel around to Asia Pacific and the US, so the two places I'm from, and sell whiskey there, and then I've moved to marketing. So,
and actually, what do you think? I think that's quite an interesting question, because you've worked in both Asia, America, and the UK. How do you think the whiskey sort of community is changing in those countries? Is it changing? What's been happening in both communities?
It's really well. The US is really interesting because when you say the word whiskey, you don't get what you're expecting in the glass. You get American whiskey, right? And you've got to be very clear. You want Scotch. Asia doesn't have that problem, but they probably think more about single casks and more premium styles. US is still working its way through, luckily, with the popularity of something like mezcal. Their ideas of smokiness in a glass is also starting to evolve. But there's a lot more education that can be done over there, especially in the independent bottler market, right? That's a huge thing that you need to sort of really, really talk to a lot of the time.
And do you think actually the American single malt category might also help that kind of idea?
You're right, mate. That would also help. That's definitely something that it's really nice to see, actually. Oh, look, you're coming on board. Okay.
Really, really good.
Yeah.
I'm actually quite excited for Whisky Show. I'm going to give that a little plug right now. Whisky Show coming up in September.
Heard of it.
We're actually, Mark Gillespie's coming over and we're going to do a talk on single malt, American single malt. So I think that's going to be a really, really, really good one. But I think, the world of whiskey, we, both of us are, funnily enough, women, weirdly. How has your journey as a woman kind of evolved, actually, and changed? And I always think I'm not a female whiskey buyer. I'm just a whiskey buyer.
Yeah.
how much is that a part of how you want to be perceived, not by what you look like, but actually how good you are at your job?
Yeah, we talk about this a lot. And I mean, I think coming in from as a bartender, we had that same thing as for all those lady bartenders out there. When you have a customer come in and go, oh, I'll just wait for him. I'll just wait for the bartender, thanks. And you're gritting your teeth and want to make him something crap. But you don't, because you are a professional.
I'll spit in his drink.
Professional, Dawn. I guess you just want to be good at your job. So you study hard, you try to learn as much as you can, you just stay eager and keen and hope that gets you by. I really think that you just have to be good at your job. Sometimes you have to try a little bit harder than maybe our male counterparts, but that's not their fault. That's just a preconception, I think.
And I think actually both of us would say, and that's maybe a nice way to sort of segue this in, who have been the people that have mentored you through? And on my part, that's a lot of men, Dave Brum, Serge, like these incredible Sekinda. Sorry, Sekinda.
I temporarily forgot about you. I was going to say, Sekinda's on my list also. Ollie Chilton's now 100%. On my list. Nick Ravenhall, the boys at Woven. I mean, Billy, I just, they take that mate. They take that time. And it's not about the fact that they want to help a lady out. It's they just love people who are freaking eager.
I think all of us love people that are eager.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter
it's just like,
you're like,
yeah. In terms of that, mentors, and it's never that I've asked somebody to mentor me. It's more that you watch what they're doing. And I'm super inspired by a lot of friends. Even, I mean, I've known you for 4 years, a few people, a little bit longer than that, but you watch that evolution of how they've grown. And you're like, man,
I mean, 100%. I think from my perspective, I've grown massively since the Whisky Exchange. And that's down to the people around me and learning, because you just get inspired by how much they know. And then you're like, must learn more, and
I mean, I'm listening to that stuff. I'm listening to the last 2 sessions upstairs, and I keep standing up because I'm like, yes, it's amazing, like, yes, Emma Walker, yes, and it's just, that passion and bringing that to everything you do. And I'm just so lucky to get to work in this industry.
100%. I mean, every day is not a chore.
Well.
Emails,
man.
Emails. You love a spreadsheet. I hate a spreadsheet.
I love spreadsheets.
I mean, Chanel and I are literally completely the same, but at the same time, completely different.
In spreadsheets, I guess.
And any kind of drams that you're really loving at the moment, and I think you're just like, wow, that's absolutely delicious.
I'm loving stone fruit right now. That flavor, I think it's because it's springtime, summertime. So I am loving some of the stuff coming off the still at Tormore. I will just give that a little plug right now. Guys, we are in for a treat soon. Glenbergie, which is another Chivas Brothers workhorse. Man, if you get any...
Lost in Time. The Lost in Time Glenbergie is absolutely freaking delicious.
It's just delicious.
We could have a dram of that later.
Okay. Stop this thing. And then let's go. That's sort of I am liking some of the stuff that's coming out of New Zealand. I find beautiful Thompson. Matt, come on, watching him evolve over the last 10-15 years. Archie Rose in Sydney, really interesting. They're trying new things. I'm inspired by all of that, and them just pushing the boundaries a little bit.
And any last words for someone that's joining or wanting to get into whiskey? What first steps? How do they kind of get in there? I know that wasn't on the question list, but I thought it was quite a good one, so I just asked it.
It is a good one, but I'm not too sure how to, because everyone kind of comes at it from a different angle. You know what? Actually, I will say, develop your point of view.
Yeah.
Get your point of view across. For right or wrong, it's so important. I've worked for big companies and I've worked for smaller companies. When the big companies give you a speech to do and you have to basically learn it by rote, and that's what you're talking about, that's not fun. Get your point of view and figure out what you like, what you don't like, and
have
why.
An opinion.
And have an opinion. That's I think where you need to start. And it can be pretty overwhelming when you're like, but it's all delicious. But just try and figure out what it is that you're liking about those things. That would be my
100%. And I think that's a really, really great way to have a dram.
Ooh,
Have an opinion, Chanel.
I had a little opinion before. It's delicious.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
We're opinioning away right now as we speak. So coming up now, we've got Billy and Ortis back on stage talking about the GIs of the UK and other places and how, we get to GIs and the laws and legislations around that. So we will see you back in 2.
Hi, guys.
It was like his
And we're back.
Yes, well, you're back.
Well, I'm back.
You've been missing for a while. So
it's a beautiful schedule. It's a come in at the beginning, Billy, and then just go sit around and eat croissants. I'm not allowed croissants. I've eaten a couple of croissants. I'm quite high on the sugar.
We'll keep an eye on you. Don't worry.
Good,
we'll look after you.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We're diving into our next session, which is the sort of beginning of the beginning of the slightly more geeky things. We've been fairly geeky already today.
I think so. Yeah. It's been nice watching the masters geek out over stuff.
Well, this is sort of going more to something which I find really, really interesting, and it's something which is becoming increasingly more important as whiskey expands around the world, and that's looking at the idea of standards and regulation, and that in the whiskey world. And for that, we've got a couple of fantastic guests who have been working on this and working with the wonderful world of standards. I see, David, do you want to bring them on, and then we can introduce them to the world and they can tell us about what's going on. Hello there, folks. How are you doing? So, James, you'll jump in first and let us know who you are and what you do in the wonderful world of whiskey and why we've dragged you into this thing today.
All good here, Billy. Thanks.
Excellent. So, you tell us who you are. And what you do.
No, it's just good to be part of it, actually. It's a really exciting time. I'm bizarrely... Sure. James Doherty, Sleeve League Distillers up in County Donegal, northwest of Ireland, and current chairman of the Irish Whisky Association.
And there we go, chairman of the Irish Whisky Association. That's a good start for people who play with standards there. So, and Tego, jumping onto you, what do you do, and who are you, and all that sort of thing.
I helped co-found the Oxford Artisan Distillery, so that's an English whiskey distillery, and also involved in another English whiskey company called Ten Heights, and I'm a founding director of the English Whiskey Guild. And for my sins, I've been leading for the last 3 years, writing of the GI and sitting on the British standards also for whiskey, and also the spirits panel for DEFRA.
Well, okay. So that hits like, I think between that, we've now got 4 different standards bodies, organizations, types of standard and things like that, which is really what we'll try and explain to people a bit more. So to kick things off, and actually probably Tego, this is probably a question for you to start with. What options do we have when it comes to sort of creating a standard? Because you mentioned a few bits there, the BSI and the GI and things like that. What sort of options do we have out there for creating something to sort of standardize one of these things?
When we started way back in 3 years ago, that's actually a question we asked. Of course, Scottish whisky has a force in law as well as a GI. And to get a force in law in the UK is not so simple. So I happened to be able to be introduced to the head of spirits in DEFRA and asked them that very question. On their opinion at that point, the only logical route was a GI. It's a route that they're promoting. Of course, Scottish and Irish are already covered by a GI, and the Welsh were already going through one. So it gave them a chance to have the 4 nations of whisky, in their view, under a GI. So at this stage, that is the only real option sitting in here, because it's the one where you get support. I think in time, would there be a case for being a force in law and making the GIs a force in law? There could possibly be, but 2 of the associations involved are very small and 2 are very large. So a GI gives you a voice in your own destiny.
My overriding question is, English whiskey is in rude health. I don't think anyone would debate that. So why did you feel it was necessary to create the guild and bring a standardization to production? Why did you feel that was necessary?
Well, I think because it is in rude health. There's several things about it. One is we want consumers to understand the quality behind English whiskey, and the GI allows you to promote that quality. Standardization isn't necessarily behind our GI. There's at least 50 people laying down English whiskey. 26 have actually sold it. Each of those is unique with a unique fingerprint. We're not trying to take away the innovation and that, but what we're trying to do is make sure that people don't pass off. In the world of spirits, some people think that there's 25% are counterfeiting circulation. So it helps you stop passing off. It helps people to stop trading on the name of what you do. But it also provides a guidebook to new distilleries of how to set up one and promote the same standards and the same qualities, but without taking away innovation. So I have a conversation with quite a lot of new startups, because 50% of the people involved are distilleries are startups, and they actually want help, and the GI also provides help.
Okay. And very quickly, before I jump over to you, James, to ask a bit more about the Irish Whisky Association. They've moved on a little bit. They're a little bit further along the process than English. Before I jump onto you, though, James, what is a GI? Sorry, we keep on saying GI.
Sorry, yes.
Letters. I haven't mentioned what they are yet.
It's a geographical indicator is what it actually stands for. So that geographical indication means within a set geography, you produce a product that can be identified by certain characteristics in production. It's in the past has been tied very heavily with Europe, but there is separate legislation in the UK to do it. And for whiskey, it's begun a journey, I think, where every major and some of the minor whiskey areas are all putting together their versions of GI that basically give you a designation that allows people to understand that they're being produced as whiskey to a certain set of standards, all with slight variations and process ones, but allowing you to identify, for example, New Zealand or Japanese, Welsh, English, Irish, Scottish. The Americans have had one stall for a long time. But the idea is it's rules that consumers can actually see and understand. In our case, the famous ones are probably cognac or champagne. They're the ones that people would recognize very clearly. So that's where it's rooted.
Okay, cool. Let's say to jump over to Ireland. So James, you guys have had GI and the Irish Whisky Association and regulation around Irish whiskey specifically beyond German whiskey regs for a bit. What do you feel the benefit of that is? What's the sort of why would you want that? You know, as somebody who's lived with it for a while, and also as I know somebody who occasionally pushes against the limits of what you can do.
Well, I mean, Tagor's captured a lot of it there. I think, you know, interestingly, in Ireland, you have a couple of other things that play into it. So you've got two legal jurisdictions on the island, which is always entertaining. So both the Ministry of Agriculture in the UK and the Department of Agriculture and Marine in Ireland have a say in it, which is a complicating factor. But I think it is fundamentally about it gives consumers reassurance that they know what they're getting is Irish whiskey. It's been produced on the island to a certain standard using certain ingredients. We are maybe a little bit further ahead than the English piece, but actually the rules, the GI in Ireland is only a 2014 thing, and is actually under review at the moment. So interestingly, the food ones in Europe seem to evolve all the time. They seem to be making minor changes to them quite routinely. The spirits ones seem to be more sort of cast in stone. And actually with the 2014 rules written particularly around Irish pot still, which is a mixed grain mash bills, the rules are fundamentally, the GI is fundamentally written around sort of current production, which would have been traditional in sort of in 2014, which is essentially the sort of Middleton mixed mash, versus a historic mash bill, which was much broader, for me, more interesting, and certainly that's where we've led to. And in fact, I'm sitting here with a glass in front of me from a recipe from 1830 that we've contract distilled for 2 stacks. So I think it's, you know, it has this piece which is it helps distillers produce something that's of quality. And it is fundamentally, we want to be in this, you want the industry to be around forever, right? So, you know, part of that is aspiration, quality, and knowing that that's going to endure. You know, at the moment, the world has got very fast, and I don't think novelty is the new normal, frankly. So, you know, we need innovation within the industry, but actually having sort of strong rules that are clearly understood allows genuine innovation to come forward, as opposed to lots and lots of little experiments being released. So I think it does 2 things. It kind of helps guide the producer and keeps it in a contiguous piece that helps people understand it. And then, you know, as producers, but it also then helps consumers understand what it is. You know, they know that port is from Porto. They know that Parma ham is ostensibly from Parma. You know, so all of these different things allow people to navigate it. And goodness knows, as we all geek out and nerd out on all the technicalities of what we do, we tell complicated stories, and the vast majority of consumers actually want a straightforward story. So the GI helps, I think, underpin that.
This is one of the reasons I was really intrigued to get together, you know, someone from England and someone from Ireland. You know, Scotland, they're sort of like the guys who are now fairly set in stone. They're playing around from time to time. But Ireland's got a very, very long tradition of whiskey making with lots of different historical bits. England does have a good historical whiskey making background hidden in the past. but we're very much coming towards it new with actually a fresh face. And it's really two very, very interesting different ways of looking at it, of trying to, as James was just saying, trying to integrate this history into this idea of what the present day is, at the same time as trying to sort of create that initial standard on the English side. It's a really interesting sort of, comparison.
And I think the worry is that the big hitters from both countries are the ones who will dictate or carry more influence when it comes to dictating what these rules, regulations, GI standards will be. And people like myself who, again, I've said it once, I'll say it so many times. I love the innovation that has come out of English whiskey and has, really aided the spotlight being shone on it. And my worry is that a lot of this innovation, a lot of this creativity, born from perhaps the fact that there weren't really that many rules and regulations and rigid parameters to work within, will be disappeared once some of these rules come in, and that a lot of the smaller companies, the smaller distilleries, will get lost or just won't be able to keep up or match. So in terms of answering that question, around the table, do you have a nice balance of the big hitters and the tiddlers, as it were?
I love the idea that any English whiskey might be a big hitter. I think we might aspire to be big hitters, at best medium. But in the world of whiskey, we might all be considered small. But I understand your point, which is there are some bigger ones and some smaller ones. 26 distilleries got together to form the English Whiskey Guild, of which there's about 15 that sit on the board regularly. And every one of those has a voice in what we do. Not on a continuous basis, but as things change substantially or move on, it goes back to it and reflects. In terms of, we looked at the existing standards to try and get best practice and where we wanted innovation. There's some places we are substantially different. So in wood, for example, we have the rights to use other wood than oak, as long as it's put on the label so you can see. Now, I don't know any distiller who wouldn't want to publicize if they use a different type of cask anyway. It'd be an innovation they'd want. I think our direction has been is if a consumer would recognize a name or a title of a product and it would mean something to them, not to challenge that. So in the world of whiskey, if you say something single, it comes from one distillery. Now, there's no point in trying to redefine that. That would just confuse the consumer. Similarly with malt whiskey, the standards for that are fairly well known, apart from where we've deviated on wood, for example. And there, in our labeling, we can actually do that. We have added extra things like using UK grain, which makes us quite different than everyone else. We specify where the grain's from. But like you were saying, I don't see the GI as a one-off thing. We're already thinking what we do when this one comes in place. And under the labeling guidelines that sit in a GI, there's a space for an awful lot of innovation because you can make the innovation come clear to the consumer. So wherever it's something that a consumer needs to see to understand, then I think in time we'll have iterations. So I've already got in the parking space several things to look at later on. A sense of place is very important to whiskey. And so looking at how we make that come alive could be quite interesting. So there's all sorts of directions we can go. But I think if somebody sees something that has a meaning in life already in the world of whiskey, we shouldn't try and actually make it mean something else, but we shouldn't stifle the innovation. And the English Whiskey Guild is open to all people who produce English whiskey. We have set bands of production whereby to ensure that it's never just all the representation on the board is from one size. And so that allows us to do that. And then, of course, Morag, who's our CEO, a new one, myself and Andrew Nelstrop, who are involved in all this, he's from the English Whiskey Company, we're available. So you can input at any time.
Okay. James, what about from the Irish perspective? Is it balanced? Is it as geared towards continuing innovation? Because of course, traditionally, I guess some of the bigger companies hold a bit more sway because they've been doing it for longer.
Absolutely. I mean, it's surprisingly egalitarian, I have to say. I mean, in the Irish Whisky Association, which represents about 96% of production, because it does house the big guys, but it also houses most of the small guys. There's also the Irish Whisky Guild, which looks after some of the small guys as well. What's interesting is we broadly agree in terms of the direction of the GI, what should be happening. And, you know, there is, for me, the GI written in 2014 was written by the people who were producing whiskey at that time. And there's a lot of new players. And it is a reflection of modern tradition, not ancient tradition. And in fact, all of the new guys really are reaching back into ancient tradition, old tradition to come forward. So I think we have a difficult path to navigate to try and make sure that there's kind of vested interest in the quality of the industry being at the highest point, so that we're always producing quality liquid and that we're not confusing people with different formats. And one of the reasons the GI needs to, like the pot still GI needs to be modified at the moment, is that there's probably more non-compliant pot still being laid down today in terms of number rather than volume than there is compliant. And that's an issue because it undermines the GI long term. So we have to make sure that it's going to reflect the way we are. But there is a reality, which is that, you know, the industry was down to 2 players at one time. And actually, when you look at the sort of 3 or 4 players that are the biggest in the industry, they pay most of the bills. And that's a consequence of that. But it is still one number one vote. And the craftier, some of them are quite scalable distilleries, players, all, none of us are short of opinions and none of us are afraid to voice them. So it is kind of an interesting, healthy, and kind of sometimes vociferous debate that's going on.
Good.
I very much like that. It's the way that I've not thought about the GI before, is you were saying, we need to make sure the GI reflects the production, so the production doesn't undermine the GI. You know, there's a two-way street there, and often it's one of the things that I've always thought of when I think about standards. And increasingly, I'm understanding how it works a bit more. Is that thing of, it's not just the standard imposing; it's the fact that people need to work with that standard, and if they push around the side of it too much, then what's the point of it?
Yeah.
You know, and it's one of the things we hear a lot in Scotch whisky, which is a bit more tightened up, that both the proposals for the English GI and also the current IWA regs, the IWR, however they call it, people sort of kick against Scotch whisky and saying, oh, it's too restrictive. And so you get those annoyances there. But that's very much something which is being obviously considered with the new stuff going through England and the stuff that the changes that are happening at the moment in Ireland. And on that front, you know, what would you say, sort of to jump back to you,
they've also got much more skin in the game, Billy. When you look at the size of Scotland. No, I was just saying that they've got so much skin in the game with the ultimate size of the Scotch whisky industry, and maintaining a standard and an aspirational quality, particularly in the emerging markets, is such a big issue for Scotland, which in a lot of ways isn't as big an issue for the Irish industry, which is sort of dominated by the US and kind of growing outside of that. And I would say, you know, without speaking for the English market, you know, that's a you know, kind of new category that's kind of coming out. So it's all kind of virgin territory, really.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm trying to remember what I was going to ask. But yeah, so at the moment, sort of starting on the English side of thing, what would you say the state of where we are with a standard in England? I know we don't have anything official yet, but how's that sort of bumbling along at the moment? How's it getting there? And
I like the word bumbling along. I'd like to say bubbling rather than bumbling. But yeah, we've been working on it for 3 years, and I would say that for the last 18 months, it's been there or thereabouts. There hasn't been a meaningful big change. The process with the panel is quite arduous, if I should say, and we are more or less there. I don't see any big changes to it. There's some wording elements, but we are basically ready for that. The bit that comes towards the end for the UK side of any GI that's spirits is the enforcement and verification files, and they're done by in our case by HMRC, and that is a quite rigorous and prescriptive process, and that has taken time towards the end, and until we've got that in place, we can't bring the whole thing open to public comment and review. So we are incredibly close. I think some of the points you said, so I viewed GI when we first started as something that we were doing to help promote the industry and help new entrances come in. What's interesting is the way the process works is you put a standard in and then HMRC hold you against every element of it. And that's where the less flexibility comes in play. We as a guild are trying to then say that we will work with both parties, an individual distillery and also HMRC, to give education and help. But if I want to change one bit of the process, it's the verification bit I would change, because that's the most rigid bit. And the interpretation of rules, that's where it can get very awkward. So you can have an intent in the GI, and when it comes out as a tick box in the verification, that intent doesn't always flow through in the flexibility. And so we're spending quite a lot of time trying to work with the verification files to make sure that they don't audit things that we'd never intended. And I say that as in because standards can flow out from their work from Scotland, and suddenly you find it in your verification files, even though it was never in your GI. And so there's got to be a bit of care on that. So I would hope it would be out this year, and then be in place. But it's the work's not on the GI, it's on the verification. And I think that's the bit that's hidden to most people, that actually 50% of the work is actually in verification, and only 50% of the work is actually in creating a standard that you can all agree.
And that seems to be very much the sort of classic thing about these standards, is that we as consumers, and then sort of like after you guys have put them all together, and after you're working on the enforcement, we just see a list of rules and everybody goes, oh yeah, they're just trying to restrict things. Oh, they're just trying to and there's actually a lot more behind the scenes going in there. There's lots more moving pieces, and in the end, what you get may not be exactly what you were trying to get in the first place, but it's the thing that hits all the legal pieces as well as everything else.
If you're Mental Mowbray and you do a pork pie, your enforcement is by trading standards.
Yeah.
Right. And the industry will then say someone's not conforming trading standards, will go and look. But in spirits, by law, it's HMRC.
And of course, I'd never want to say anything bad about the lovely people at HMRC, but I've spoken to enough people to know that they have many challenges, I think is the way I will put that. They're a busy bunch. But James, on the Irish side, I know you guys are going through a lot of changes. As you say, a lot's changed since 2014. How's that process going, and how are you managing that process, and how are you seeing that going in the sort of like the immediate future?
It's really interesting because when you only had 2 distilleries really on the island, the revenue officers, the sort of level of specialization for people who had to invest, had to verify a distillery was very, very small. Now you have 32 counties, all of whom have a distillery, and suddenly you need to have revenue officers across them all. And just as Tagore said that just now, you don't need 3 stills to triple distilled. You can run, say, if you want triple distilling, that you have 3 stills, and so you have the kind of sort of training, development, and outreach pieces from ourselves to our revenue officers to try and make sure that those things are kind of happening. And we're similar to the English Whisky Guild in that we don't have a standing in law. The Irish Whisky Association doesn't, so the enforcement is falling to the revenue officers and the food safety people. So you just get different interpretations in different counties, which can create all kinds of noise and frustration. And we need to the better we can make these files, the clearer the language, the easier they are to interpret, the better the whole thing will be for everybody.
James highlights a really important thing as well in all of this, and I think you've mentioned it a couple of times. Your craft distilleries are very similar to the same size as the English ones, and we don't do every process every day, and we don't have multiple separate equipment. So an audit is very different than if you go to a very big distillery where they're doing everything on a day, all the time, any day you come in. So if you popped into a craft English or Irish one on a certain day, they might not be doing anything. The people who are working there could be doing tours. So it's a very different animal that you're auditing as well.
Yeah. Once you're, that might be an opportunity for James to say something.
No, absolutely, guys. My signal's really flaky. I'm just going to try and get in on my phone as well, so that see if that's a better signal for us.
Cool, that's right. Well, we'll keep, if you disappear and come back in again, worry not. But we'll leave some nice gaps for you in the meantime to jump in if you want to. So, sorry.
I was going to say. So one of the challenges of coming up with a set of standards is the ability to interpret those decades or maybe even centuries down the line and still be able to innovate. And I'm coming at this as someone who doesn't really understand the laws, complexities, etc. that come with it. Once you set your GI, let's fast forward to however many weeks, months, or years it takes to have your new standards set in stone. How easy is it then to manipulate that, or add an adjunct every once in a while just to keep it all fresh? Or once it's set, that's it for however long until the whole thing is changed again?
I think there's a bit of complexity into what you're asking. So if, for example, you set a standard for single malt whiskey, which people then lay down to, there will be some resistance from the existing people laying down if you try and change that one, that would then devalue what they put in. So there is that element of, against any standard, any law, is the existing people who put something down won't want to change that. However, in a GI, it's also got what's called labeling requirements. So under English whiskey, if you wanted to innovate, say in the area of a grain whiskey or using different malts and barley, and then wanted to have that so it was very visible, that would be easy to then make an agreement, go through the process, get reconsultation. It would take a couple of years, but you could do it. So I think it puts in tablets of stone the big things like what a single malt whiskey is, and once that's there, there'd be an inertia on everyone else who's laid it down to that standard of ever changing it. And I think that's fair, because you don't want to actually make people feel that they've wasted, and you don't want people to misunderstand. But if you want to come up and do a pick grain and say, I'd like to have an oak whiskey standard, and we all agree what oak whiskey would be, what it means, how much malt goes in it, adding that to the GI, that would just be a process. It would take the time it took to set it up. And certainly, as somebody who comes from a rye whiskey distillery, I'd be really open to working on any of those standards that added to it. So innovation can happen, but I do think the core of where you're talking about something that's recognized by consumers and in the GI already, to change that would be harder.
Okay.
But I like the fact that you've got labeling rules, because labeling rules can be easily changed to explain more. And if you explain more, you can do lots of innovation around that. And that's where for example, we do the wood bit. If you're not an oak cask, you have to say. Now that leaves a massive space for innovation.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because I think that sort of ties in. James, you missed the beginning of that one, but that was basically just saying about how easy is it to change things down the line. And as somebody who has been sitting there sort of overseeing some great changes in the regulations in Ireland, how are you finding that tweaking process?
What's interesting is, I think, if you stick to the as Tagore was saying there just now about principles. So stick to the principles so that you get the big bits in the right places. You don't end up getting too stuck in the detail on the, and you can get to that later. What's surprising for me is that we've got a huge amount of alignment around a revised pot still definition. The single malt one for Ireland is pretty well aligned. There's nothing really significant that changes, and like the UK, like the English whiskey, we can use wooden barrels. It doesn't have to be oak, and so there's already quite a lot of experimentation going on there. The challenge is that we want to make these changes. We have to negotiate with two government bodies, the UK government for the north and the department down here in the Republic.
I don't envy you.
Well, and to be fair, they're very good. They're very good. So I don't. It's more that the departments, being civil servants, I think, want to be able to go in with a debate that they know they're going to win. So they want all the answers. And you have all these other interested bodies. So the farming bodies have a say. You have lots of people are going to be consulted. Consumers are going to be consulted. And this thing's going to go out and to a wide set of consultation. So if I said I was frustrated with the pace of change on the mash bill one, particularly on pot still, when something is so widely agreed internally, that would be certainly true. But it is, I suppose, just that this is the first time since 2014 that these kind of things are being put forward. And I do think when it was written, it was kind of thought as a one and done type thing, without a view to who was going to come in. We distill up in Donegal. Everything I do is smoky. I'm competing to sort of levels beyond Lafroig, without any kind of medicinal character. And we're also laying down sort of single malt and pot still in that style. And the pot still technical file says not normally peated. But that actually isn't true. If you go back to sort of 1910, 1920, the Powers mash bill, you can see them, but the records show that they bought peated whiskey at that time, and most of Ulster would originally have been smoky. So it's because the industry is has a sort of 60-year history of kind of success. The kind of consumer expectation, the industry, the government expectation is all in one sort of space. But actually all the new stuff is kind of all over the place, so and all within a common core and a broad church, but they're different people. We're all trying to be distinctive. I personally, I'm averse to the word unique. I think unfortunately there's very little that's unique in the world these days, but we've all got different paths to distinctiveness, and we need that if we're going to stand out in now what will be sort of close to 50 distilleries, so shortly. So that's the challenge, but you have to work through the hoops. But I have to say, it's taken us 2 years probably to get this far, and there's still a way to go, because it has to go through the Irish ministry has to accept it, then it has to go to the EU. It'll have to be debated there. So there's a job of work to do, and there's a lot of non-compliant things being laid down. So my fear would be that these things start to come to market before the GI gets amended correctly, and then I think we have a much bigger issue.
So before we jump on, I've just realized, again, another thing that I know a bit more about, which other people may not know. James, you explain what the big change in the mash bill side of things for pot still is, because that's the thing which is a little bit on the geeky side. So it'd be good to expand that a little bit.
Well, so single malt is, I think well understood. That everyone knows that most people would know that it's from a single distillery and uses only malted barley in its production. Irish distilling has a legacy industry which was multiple grain in the mash bill. So they're and sort of basically it was malted barley, unmalted barley, which was used because it created flavor. So it creates sort of oily, spicy, lovely sort of oily, spicy flavors. And then three other grains, so generally rye, oats, rye, and wheat in that kind of tumbling order. And those were the kind of grains that were used all for sort of flavor development. And that over time, that's kind of got lost. So the sort of style of Irish pot still that's known today, really, that's sort of dominated by sort of Jameson and Redbreast, and is only using 5% other grains. So that's the way that the technical file has been written. But we've proposed another definition, which is 30-30-30. So a minimum of 30% more, up to 30% unmalted barley, and up to 30% other grains. And that actually accommodates every possible historic mash bill. So that's what we're trying to get to. And so this idea of mixed mash bills, I think we have a job of work to do still in terms of simplifying the language to help consumers work on it and understand it, because it's a fascinating category and it's a fascinating sort of flavor avenue to play with. But it's not there yet.
And it's rooted in history, because if you go back far enough, all grains were grown in the same field as a mix. It was a Maslin mix. And therefore, when you made whiskey, it was always that. So in reality, no one had pure rye in a field or pure barley. So never mind what they malted, etc. So you're actually going back to a historical version, because that's what people used to grow in a field because it would work better. So I think that's really exciting.
Absolutely, you're bang on. That's exactly where it is, and it's kind of making sure that we can get that through and not have weird labeling constructs that kind of confuse people, because that is this is such a long-term business. You guys, we all know, that we all want to try and build businesses that last 150 years, and when you're sort of looking at that kind of sort of length of tenure, you've really got to get some of this stuff right early doors, and it's frustrating, but with the way the sort of rules are, you need to make sure you put the effort in to get the right. And I commend the English guys for doing it, because trying to get everyone into a broad church is not easy.
No, it's not. But I love the idea that people might look at whiskey and not just be age or wood, but would be actually the type of grain and the composition. That's a really interesting idea, because you're giving the people who are interested a lot more information to choose and look at.
Yeah. And I was about to say, as soon as you sort of jumped on that one, it's like, I see somebody who works with John Letts at the Oxford Distillery. And I've done a lot of looking into this myself through John, but also over in Ireland, seeing the work of the guys at Waterford, who are really pushing this idea of land races and Maslin and all this whole sort of idea of historical grains.
Yes.
And this is one of those lovely things that are sort of seen pushing through. And again, the reason why I find it really interesting to speak to you guys, because you have these two sort of very different things of, the English Whisky Guild and the English GI is coming from let's make sure we don't exclude these things we can't do. Whereas in Ireland, it's more people are trying to do these things that we used to do.
Yes.
And it's understanding that history, and it becomes very geeky very quickly in a way that I quite like. That's me,
I can tell.
I'm somebody who reads EU law about booze for fun. I have a link on my phone if I want to get bored on the tube. But it is that thing of you very quickly when you're trying to do these things, and most consumers, when they come in from the outside, just look at a thing and go, it fulfills a standard. Yeah. But underneath it, there's this big layers and layers of sort of complication of trying to set that thing. And the way that I often see it, this is something I talk about when I talk about American whiskey quite a lot, because people in America, talking about American whiskey, if you're coming from Scotland or somewhere like that, they go, they have to use new casks. It's ridiculous. So much. The reason why they do that is because if you didn't have that, it wouldn't taste right. It wouldn't taste like the thing that they do. You'll go too far away, and the consumer would then be annoyed. Yeah. But one of the things that you guys seem to be doing is trying to make it as wide as possible without closing down those opportunities. Do you see either, Irish whiskey has got a bit more of a historical style, I think, but especially in English whiskey, do you see any convergence into a sort of English whiskey style? And is that something that you're having to sort of really think about when it comes into making the regulations?
It's a challenge to doing a GI, because people typically think of it being, it tastes like this, therefore it should be a GI. They forget that Scotland created a GI that was two distinct flavors and called it all the same thing. So it's already been done where regions have very different flavors. We don't yet have what I'd call regional flavors. So even though there's a lot of distilleries in Yorkshire creating whiskey, we don't have a Yorkshire flavor. There are several who would produce malt whiskies that would be more in keeping with a style that would be classed as Scottish, in the same way as you might say some of the Japanese are producing in the same style as a Scottish malt whiskey. So there's several that do that. There's a couple that have used some very interesting goes at doing something with a bit of peat, because while we don't have a lot of peat production in England, there's a lot of peat actually in the Highlands. So there is a bit of a history there as well. But I'd say we're marked more by innovation and light modern taste. As a region, we sit really neatly in New World whiskey. So if you went to a shop and you were tasting whiskies, English whiskey sits really well with all the other New World ones, in that there's a little bit for everyone in there. Some they would really recognize, some would be very different. Oxford Rye, for example, it's a rye, but it tastes incredibly rich and creamy. It hasn't got the dry spice other people associate with it. So I would say our characterization is by a wider palette that spans quite a lot of things. As we get more settled, it may be that the region comes through. I think the other thing that's very interesting is the story of whiskey has always been about water and casks, but actually the grain you use has a huge impact on flavor as well. So if Ireland are going down the route, which I'm really interested in, of letting you have flexibility with that, and we've got that built into the grain side, but not so clearly in the labeling yet. I think that's really interesting, because it's no longer just being two factors. That third factor gives you a really big dimension of flavor possibilities. And so I suspect that is where English whiskey might turn out to be the most different, because there's a majority that use local grain. So the big difference is we have quite a lot of farmer distilleries, so they're using their own grain. You have people like us who contract farm a unique grain as well. But the biggest thing we do that's different is we use local grain.
Yeah.
It's interesting because to your point specifically, Billy, I would say, Moira and I came back we were living in Hong Kong. We came back specifically to drive regionality into Irish whiskey. I think it's kind of historically consistent to say that if you drew a line from sort of just north of Galway to Belfast, everything to the north and west of that was largely single malt production, was largely peated, and everything to the south and east of that was there's probably some guys that shoot me for this, but there's some guys. But when you go south and east of that, it becomes much more into pot still style, and so you have this mixed mash bill history that was going on down there. We've added another sort of dimension to it, so we've gone with grains in distilling, to honor out the county we live in is largely the history is largely illicit. There's very little sort of legitimate distilling that was done in Donegal. It was all illicit. So we've gone with unfiltered mash and predominantly single malt, which would all have been true to the area, and heavily peated. And it's all well documented. So I think what's interesting is I've done plenty of presentations for Sleeve League when I'm in market, and we talk about the sort of curse of being generically Irish, which I understand is rich coming from a guy with an accent like mine. But my parents, they left Ireland, came to England in the 1960s. We've gone back, and the trying to recapture that sense of identity and sense of place, which I think can come from the terroir and the grains that you're growing, or it can come from almost a sort of social kind of cultural sort of terroir, if you like, which is driven by an illicit distilling heritage that would have been unfiltered grains in, and certainly allows us to create kind of fundamentally different flavors that I think over time will be really interesting. I think the sort of development of regionality as a useful thing, whether it's useful or not, I'm not really sure for Ireland. The development of it will probably be chaotic and organic rather than imposed as kind of Diageo almost did with the sort of imposing the blending language on the industry as they did in Scotland. So I think it's really interesting to sort of see how this will evolve, because people, I think, start off in a safer place and then might push to somewhere more distinctive, whereas we've kind of started off in a very distinctive space, which felt like quite a lonely place 5 or 6 years ago, but actually doesn't feel so lonely now.
I wasn't aware that, you know, this was some of the direction that Irish whiskey was going in. The hearing about the mixed mash bill is fascinating to me. And in the talk that Dawn and I did earlier, we had 3 distillery reps from across Europe who were distilling with buckwheat, as well as different types of rye that were native to where they live. And what's coming out of these conversations is it's very, very important to recognize historically where the traditions and styles have come from. You know, I didn't realize until today how thirsty, pardon the term and phrase, I would be to know about where some of these older, more traditional styles, what they will taste like. I know they were born out of necessity. You know, back then when it was a lot more challenging to go from one part of the country or from one region to another, you used what you had, and it's important for those traditions to not be lost. So it's an incredible balance that you're having to strike there, James, and it's quite exciting. He's gone again. It's quite exciting to be able to, you know, taste the fruits of this work, hopefully in the not too distant future.
I think you highlight a very important thing for the health of whiskey. None of us want a homogeneous thing that every distillery produces the same. Otherwise, people only buy one bottle and that's it. What we want is people who like whiskey to buy lots of different whiskies, enjoy them in different times of the day, different options, show them off their latest one. For that, each region needs some distinctiveness overall, but each distillery needs to be distinct in its story and its taste. Story alone won't ever sell any whiskey. When you taste it, you have to be able to go, I like it, or hopefully for everyone who says like it, somebody doesn't like it as well, because that way it's distinctive. So I think if we produce a GI that stifles any innovation, everything tastes the same, then we've made a mistake. If we produce a whiskey that allows Oxford Alexander Distillery to taste different, or Fielden now tastes different than Lakes, tastes different than English whiskey, tastes different than Cotswolds, tastes different than Wireworks, etc., then we've done a really good job. So I think the aim is to support quality standards, but not make one standard taste that then people only buy one bottle. I'd like it so that people want to try every bottle that's ever been produced and buy.
I'm working on it.
I try very hard. I'm surrounded by I think every member of the English Whisky Guild, I've managed to buy a bottle and of my own money, and I actually have enjoyed and drunk some of it.
Excellent.
It's one of the things I've noticed since I started in the whiskey industry. I've only been around working in the industry for just over a decade, but even over that relatively short time, I've seen so much sort of jumping in and changing things. So in Ireland especially, it's this big thing of about 10 years ago, one of the first competitions I judged was just tasting like 60 Irish whiskey samples, but it was all the supermarket editions. It was all basically all variations on the same thing. And, you know, now 10 years down the line, if I'm judging Irish whiskey, I don't know what I'm going to get. There's such a huge range. You know, you used to give me a glass of whiskey, I can just go, yeah, it's Irish. These days, I have a glass of whiskey and go, well, that's the thing which is different to everything else. And, you know, within Ireland, but also we see it in England, one of the biggest ones I've seen is Canada, which has gone from a couple of things that taste of, you know, the same thing and not very good, in my opinion, to this huge range of things. And it's being driven by the consumer wanting to know more. And this, the big thing though for me, is it's being driven by distillers pushing to the limit of the regulations they have, then also working to expand those regulations and to work out ways of making it so that consumers can try those new and different things.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
just briefly, if you have tuned in, please throw in your questions. If there's anything that you want to ask James or Tagore, as soon as we see the questions, we'll throw them up for you.
We have one already though from our glorious leader. So Dawn Davies MW, our compatriot for this stupid for this entire event. She made us do it. So, but she comes from the wine world originally, as she pointed out, not whiskey, not like us. We're proper whiskey. Anyway, Dawn's got a lot of experience in wine. It's one of the things that she and I often talk about is this whole thing of how wine is a bit ahead of where we are in the whiskey world. And Dawn's just asking, it pops on the screen here, how much can we learn about how to ensure a GI does what it's meant to do from what's happened in the wine world with GIs. Have you guys looked at wine as an example at all, either as a good or a let's avoid doing that sort of example?
From my side, when we started R1, I looked at Irish whiskey, Scottish whiskey, Somerset brandy, and then later on at the Welsh whiskey. But I looked at the existing ones that covered our area. There isn't a wine GI for the UK, even though we've got some wonderful sparkling wines, etc. And I didn't look too hard at the rules that are around Champagne and the other regions, because a lot of them are set incredibly historically and for very long regions, and they're really the GIs are the designation control aids that it's a different thing. They do, and they have a heritage that's different. So for me, my benchmarks were the existing ones that happened in the UK, and then what people are trying to do in Japan for whiskey, New Zealand and America. So I looked at whiskey particularly, but I looked worldwide and in particular the UK.
Okay. Well, James, are you looking at sort of any sort of winey related things?
Interesting, Billy. I wonder as well whether what you can learn. So not specifically looking at wine influences, but I think there's a lot of wine language that kind of creeps in, and I think it's interesting for me how a GI or kind of particularly wine language has underpinned value propositions and maintained value in particular areas, particular denominations that become famous for something, and that becomes a go-to kind of it becomes like an anchor point. If you're climbing a mountain, you know you're going to get a certain type of thing from that place, and it kind of underpins the value proposition of that area. And I think that's really important. Particularly, I think, with sort of, younger Irish distilleries, but also younger distilleries around the world, I would say capital markets are tight, costs have gone up. Currently, we're managing to, we do get a premium for what we're producing, and we need to be able to maintain that value proposition if we want all of the distilleries that are kind of doing what they're doing now. And there's some super exciting stuff, whether it's Boan and their multiple. I mean, they've got so many mixed mash bills out there. They're incredible. They've resurrected some of the great old distilleries. There's some stuff from Peter Mulryan down at Blackwater, who is just kind of the Willy Wonka of kind of mixed mash bills. Yeah, and you look at what these guys, for us, all of us to sort of really step forward into, hitting our stride as we get older and bigger and sort of more scale to it. That value proposition is underpinned by the GI, and we need to make sure that those fit and they're robust, because it helps the consumer get into us, I think. And I think some of the wine regions help you understand, as a pretty good parallel for that.
I think it'd be fascinating to see how the wine regions cope with climate change, because you've already got champagne houses investing in the UK's industry because they say that the climate here will be better able to produce good quality sparkling wines. But when your home region with its GI and its designation is no longer able to do it, will you be interested in creeping geographically? So I think there'll have to be some flexibility somewhere on something. In that area, and it'll be interesting to see what they do, because as you say, they've been around longer, but also they work with something that's actually more susceptible to climate change. Grain is a little bit more robust, has a little bit wider growing ones, but if you're allowed to grow one type of grape in one area, then climate change is quite a challenge. So it'll be interesting. I also think the whole bit of mash bills is really interesting, because I think the value of whiskey, people talk about age, it's scarcity. So when you're then producing 6 different mash bills to make 12 different whiskies, you're producing scarce things. So that's easier then to keep value up. And the GI will help people understand why it's scarce.
So I think for me, the one thing which I've learned from the French side of things, and from especially French, but wine in general, and so that, James, you mentioned about how people look to that for understanding value proposition and new things in the whiskey world. It's a lot of borrowing of language, and I'm suspecting Dawn may have partly asked it so that she can annoy me by making me think of the word terroir, which means so many different things to so many different people, but it's something which increasingly the ideas underpinning it. We all know vaguely the area we're talking in, but I remember seeing for the first time pop up in Ireland when Waterford started really diving into the ideas there. And on the English side, it was very much having a chat with John at Oxford/Fielden. But so we're a few days away, I think, from the big name changes on that front. But seeing people dive into those things and try to see what terroir as a concept might mean to whiskey, and actually making it mean something as well. But the thing which I feel is quite nice about both Ireland and England is you've dodged those bullets that the guys in the GIs and the AOCs and stuff like that in the wine world, who, as you're saying, Tego, if you only have one type of grape in one place, if ever anything changes, you're in trouble. And I think that's something I'm really seeing both of you doing in the standards that sort of you're working on, is making it so you don't get that trouble, but you still get that distinctiveness, but also still push that value and that quality. But such is the problem of setting up, the first ever wine GI back in wherever it is, post Treaty of Methuen in Porto or whatever it is, and then sorting out things in the 1800s when someone walked through Champagne. Well, actually, I remember walking through Cognac, poked the soil, and went, "Yeah, let's draw a line here."
Yeah.
And so all these sort of things now, we really understand them a lot more, and that's really helping to inform how we make things, how we ensure quality, but how we also give a wide enough definition so that people can make what they want and make tasty things.
Yeah, so, and that's the. I guess there are challenges that you face with both groups trying to set up these standards in the first place. But I think you have the advantage of being able to look at other regions and compare and see where their shortcomings are. If they've set the rules centuries ago where climate change wasn't an issue, there's very little room to maneuver. And when it gets to a point where a decision has to be made or a change has to be enforced, how easy is that going to be? Whereas where you guys are currently, you've got more of a rounded sense of where things could go, and you can create those standards accordingly. So a bit more of an enviable position, I would say.
Yeah. I'm not allowed to use the word terroir because it annoys some of my members, but I'm a geographer at heart. So I'm a whiskey drinking geographer. I mean, I'm a fellow of the Royal Society of Geography. That's how much I'm a geographer. So a sense of place and whiskey, to me, are key. So whether you call it local grain, local water, terroir, whatever, that local nature actually infuses any whiskey with something that's very special. The climate in the north of Scotland is incredibly different than the climate in the south of England by several degrees. Whiskey moves around quicker in the cask. All of these things, a sense of location, a sense of place is important. And I don't really care how we call it, but that's where the GI and the sense of place is really important.
Yeah, provenance is another.
So I go for. So I started writing an article many years ago about terroir, which I've never quite finished because I change my mind all the time. I think I got as far as careful selection of raw ingredients and careful selection of place of production.
Yes.
Careful selection of is in there a lot of times, but it's that thing we sort of see really exciting going through. But along with that, this is something you mentioned just then was so far. Sorry, James. Is he coming back? Nope. There we go. Oh, I'll move on to the next question there. Sorry, James, your internet's now lagged back a bit behind again. So, so both of you sort of working on updating and creating. What have sort of main challenges you found so far? Let's say if I start with you, Tego, and then jump on to James when you've finished up. So what sort of major challenges you found so far?
There's the massive issue I found is education. So both of the GI is, but also
I'd add one other.
Oh, the internet's been fun again.
James, maybe if you refresh again.
Sorry, Billy, I was just going to add into it the faints tanks. I was just going to add in faints tanks. So we had Ron Welsh here the other day helping us put our first release together, and he was obsessed with the faints tanks, and he was just saying, never clean these. This is the DNA of the distillery, is actually your faints tanks. All the other bits are kind of stuff is moving through quite quickly, but actually your faints tanks, there's stuff that sits in there and resides in there that is fundamental to the
yeah. No, not only is that a thing I've heard before, I could probably tell you who that was.
Go on.
It might be on later on if it's the person I'm thinking of. So,
okay, fine.
But yeah, but no, again, it's that whole thing of what makes a distillery the distillery. There's so many pieces of it.
Yes.
So, but anyway, no. So jumping back, hopefully the internet will look after us a little bit better this time. But sorry, Tega, you were saying.
I think the biggest challenge has been education, and we had to collectively educate ourselves in the GI process. So we didn't go to an outside lawyer and ask them to write a GI. We actually wrote it ourselves. So the education factor of the 2 or 3 people involved in writing it, then of getting all our members to understand what we're trying to do and why, then getting them, but then also into DEFRA and into HMRC, and then later on it'll be to the consumer. Education, single biggest challenge. This is a really useful thing. I mean, we've never done this before, but I always get asked the first question of anything, you know, what is the purpose of a geographic indication? Why are you doing it? So education is something that Scottish whisky never had to do. It was just Scottish whisky. And so for English whisky, it's very much education is the biggest key challenge.
And as someone who spends almost their entire life going around telling people about booze and explaining things and pulling apart those things, it's across the whole of all drinks. But when it comes to something new like this, where it's a thing which is, we're making quite a big deal about it. I remember when the Welsh industry got their single malt GI ran through. The first thing I did was I had a query from a journalist, who I think, if I remember correctly, ended up getting passed on to you, Taylor, whose first question to me was, so Welsh single malt whiskey now has a GI. So that means it's better than English whiskey, doesn't it?
Oh, that's interesting.
And I had a very, very long chat with them on the phone explaining the concept of good and gooderer and that sort of thing, you know. But it is, I mean, as you say, so educational. People hear a thing like a standard, or they hear a thing like, you know, this is past the law. So that means it's better than something that doesn't have it. No, that's not what it is. It's understanding what that thing actually brings along.
All of the GI does is guarantees a product has been made to a certain set of standards. It doesn't guarantee its taste, its profile, its mouthfeel, or any of those things. And therefore, that's where the skill and whiskey makers is an art and a science. And so some of the science is coped within the GI, but really none of the art is. So the art and the rest of the science is done above the GI, but it's a high water mark that means that you don't fall below a certain thing.
Excellent. So James, you're back. Excellent.
Okay.
The you can always tell when you've got the connections good because you move very freely, so you know we can talk.
Real time movement now. So we're just asking, what difficulties are you sort of currently seeing when you come to doing changes and playing around with your standards?
I think historically, I'd have said it would have been getting agreement amongst the distillers, but actually that's not proved to be the most challenging piece. It's moving it through a set of sort of government loops, European loops, and the consultation that's happening between those and other bodies that then put questions in, which then come back to us with a reasonable question from farmers will be, what happens to if you move to this mixed mash bill thing, does that change the sort of grain requirements from Ireland, and what does that mean for us, kind of thing? And so those are kind of reasonable questions. We have to kind of respond to that. And then we have some other bits, which is this mixed mash bill piece is going to change flavour, and is it going to disappoint consumers? Is it going, I think with pot still being such a category in its infancy outside of kind of redbreast, really. There isn't a massive amount of consumer expectation. So there's outside of a kind of whiskey enthusiast community. So, but it's that kind of consultation, check back, answer questions, make sure that you've got all your ducks fully lined up before you go into bat kind of thing. That's the bit that's taking the most time. As I don't think there's sort of agreement amongst the distillers because it was a principle discussion rather than a detailed discussion, has been challenging really at all.
I think you highlight a really interesting thing, because for me, New World one is about innovation, and I always say English whiskey sits in the New World regions. Of course, you're new and old because you've got the old bit and these new things. So then you have got that challenge of education of saying we're innovative and different because you are.
Yeah, it is. You've got that weirdness where you're perhaps the oldest distilling in terms of whiskey in the nation in the world. And
I'm not Scottish, I don't mind. I'm quarter Irish, so
There'll
that's
be
fine.
would disagree. It's the English. I can safely say the English were the people who started distilling first. So that's the easiest way to get agreement from the Scots and the Irish. They both disagree with me.
I like that quote. I might use it.
For sure, and I will Finn on O'Connor will come in, Billy, and box your ears, I'm sure. But
we've had a chat before about this, I think. So.
Absolutely. But it is. I mean, ultimately, I think standards allow you to. It's always better to play squash than tennis. When you're looking at GIs. So set some walls up, and you will play a game within it. If you take the walls away, then you need to be careful we don't end up in like bubblegum vodka territory. Or you look at what's happened to gin. So gin. You look at what's happened to gin and all the non-gin things that are out there at the moment. A category can get bastardized really quickly, and we're all doing highly capital intensive things that need to last for a generational business for it to make any sense to anyone that's actually in it.
Yeah, I was. Thank you very much, Eric. Yes, another very English sounding man with a very Scottish name. The thing about with pot still, especially people now pushing against those traditional, but not traditional, but modern tradition. Everything tastes a bit like green spot on redbreast because that's the way it was. I was judging Irish whiskey for the IWSC last week, and I was judging with a very well-known sort of distiller and blender who's been working in the industry for a very long time. And I was judging some of the pot stills as being really great, as was the other guy on my panel, and he was saying that's not what consumers going to expect from pot still. And that's when you start bashing up against these things of I was going too far one way. Yes. He might have been being too conservative. Yes. Fortunately, we had another person on our panel who just sat there going, come on, guys, seriously. Yeah. But there is that whole thing of that's the thing which I find, you guys are having to balance. And something potentially down the line, we might have to balance in England when we finally get the standards set up and then somebody comes up with a thing and goes, what about if I do that? And you start diving off properly into the distance away from what everybody else is doing. Even if you have a wide range of flavor, there's a point where you potentially go into your bubblegum vodka territory if you're not particularly careful.
But I guess that's what your standards are set up to mitigate. I mean, you're not going to catch all the stray bullets, are you? But it's to
try and get as much as you can
to stop too much of the region becoming like a wild west when it comes to distilling whiskey. You're setting up those standards.
And I think you can be quite prescriptive on the malt side because it's such a defined standard, but leaving space where, in our case, it says English whiskey for innovation and difference. And then I hope that in the second, third or fourth iteration of the GI, we'll then have some other quite interesting other subcategories, so not just malt, that are really quite interesting. I mean, I love the fact that everyone in whiskey knows that a single means a single distillery. And I'd say that half the consumers think that means a single cask, and so we talk about it being a definition everyone knows, but actually in reality I suspect hardly anyone knows.
And that one it gets even worse. Single, it's not a single cask, they think it's one malt. This is a session, so double malt is two different types of malt. Triple malt, my God, we're going crazy at this point. And it's the education piece about what the words mean. And I think Scottish whiskey is probably a little bit of a sort of a lesson for us all of try not to go down that path so much because there's so much confusion. And as somebody, literally my job is as an educator, having to sit there and go, now let me try and break this down for you again. Yeah. Because if these got so confused. Sorry, James, I cut you off.
Well, I was going to say, so what is a single cask? So is a single cask that just before it's bottled, or has it stayed in that single cask for its full maturation, or is it a vatting that's then finished in a single cask? Is that still a single cask? I mean, It's I do feel a bit like sort of John Cleese sitting outside Rome, kind of going, what have the Romans done for us with this bit? But it is kind of, some of that, it's kind of not important, but it's absolutely crucial. So it's kind of critical, but it's non-essential, if you know what I mean. Because if the language develops in a way that isn't helpful, then all it does is breed more confusion. But if we get too prescriptive, you just turn people off, and it's just like, oh my goodness, this is for a bunch of dull old guys, semi-inked or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So I think we've got to be very careful that we don't alienate the bigger sort of group of that are kind of come to whiskey and enjoy it for all the reasons we enjoy it. But we still got to protect, and there's a little bit of this with, if you think about Ireland and people bottling third-party spirits under a distillery name. 5 years ago, there was no appetite for dealing with that. And actually, and to Gore's comment about labeling and how you deal with that under labeling, there's a real appetite for dealing with that now. And that's kind of interesting. A few poachers turn gamekeepers, probably because they've got mature spirit now. But does the word distillery deserve to be on a label if it's not from that distillery? In Scotland, it's absolutely specific. Where do we go? I mean, I think those kind of things. There's a debate going on right now, which is kind of how do you tighten up on that, because it's confusing. When you start to release your own spirit, people kind of then say, well, what was I buying before? And I mean, strategically, I worry for a brand that sets off on that journey, and that's kind of why we have Silky, because Silky's our sourced products, so it's blends that I create to do something different to what I'm trying to do in Ardra, which is profound and has, as Tagore said, a sort of sense of place that is, our origin story, our sense of place, all of that is absolutely clear. Whereas I think blends are slightly different and they behave in a different way. And all of that, I think, we're wrestling with. And it's important to sort of be able to go back and revisit it and say, is this still appropriate? Because it isn't always, but where you start from shouldn't be where you end up.
I think the art of the blender is coming to a fore. There's so many people making that story now, so it is becoming quite interesting. And I think when it comes to label rules and all the rest, I think probably the underlying principle that's important is things should be labeled that actually make a difference to how you choose them and what they might taste like. So if a blender taking 3 different blends to make something is important to taste, which it probably is, then that should be what's highlighted. If it's the grain and being in one cask for 12 years, then that would be quite interesting if that was highlighted, because then as a consumer, you'd know what you're tasting and what you like. And sometimes that's lost a bit in some of the more established standards, because you can't really tell from the label what you'd actually like.
Yeah. I think just sort of wrap things up, so we're running out of time, is the thing which I'm really encouraged about, and the thing which I wasn't sure even before we started talking about this, about GIs and standards, is that you guys are both looking at it in a way that is quite different to other people I know. You're talking about the single casting. The way that Scotch Whisky got around that was the SWA sent a letter to all of their members saying, here's the rules that we have decided are traditional.
Yeah.
So follow that. And you're not banned, because of course the tradition started in 1943, so it's all fine. But for you guys, you're looking at this thing of this is a developing thing. This is a thing that will change over time. This is a thing where on the English side, you're putting in the slots where in the future you say we can refine this, we can change this, we can actually make it so that it reflects things. On the Irish side, you've already gone back. You're saying, right, this is a thing that's changed. We need to update that. Whereas as those little holes appear in other, not only Scotland, but other GIs around the world, whether it be pork pies or booze, there's an element of, but this is the way it is. And that's the thing which we, for standards, I think it's really important not to. It's have a standard, but make it flexible enough that we can update it and we can refine it and we can make it better over time. All of it to help a consumer understand what they're getting, and ensuring the quality of what that is.
I'm reassured that it's in good hands, Tagore and James, and we wish you well with the further development and refining of the standards that are yet to come. Thanks very much for taking the time out of your Saturday afternoon to chat to Billy and myself, and to everyone who's watching. And just to let you know that coming up, I will be sat here with a Swedish whiskey girl chatting about how they got involved in whiskey and what drives them to carry on. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes. But in the meantime, James and Tagore.
Thank you very much, guys. And I hope I'll see you around soon.
Thank you.
So,
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you very much.
Welcome back to Whiskey 24 Hours. We are broadcasting live on a number of platforms, including YouTube and why have I forgotten the other one? Facebook. My apologies. So if you do have any questions, please be sure to send them in for any of the later sessions that we have, or indeed this one. This break session forms part of our We Are Whiskey campaign, where we're speaking to individuals who have decided to make their life revolve around whiskey. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Swedish whiskey girl, who should be joining us right now. Moa, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. Now, first of all, I just have to make sure, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Moa, yeah, that's all good.
Moa. Welcome. The most important question, or the first question, is how did your journey in whiskey begin?
Well, I'd kind of come across it because my dad's a big whiskey fan, but it just wasn't for me. It was too strong. I just couldn't see a way into whiskey. So I found kind of a fascination for wine at first, but I was quite lucky that when I moved to Scotland in my third year of studying here, I met my husband, who started working in the whiskey industry the day after our first date. And he didn't know anything at all either. So he was like, well, you know how to taste wine. I know a little bit about whiskey. So let's kind of try some samples together and figure out why it tastes the way it does. So that's just kind of how I started, trying samples, seeing why is this smoky, why does this taste more like this or like that, and eventually actually found a whiskey that I liked. And I don't want to say it was downhill from there, maybe it was uphill from there.
What is it that inspires you to continue learning more about whiskey and sharing what you are learning?
Well, to start with, I just kind of started my own kind of social media presence because there were so many whiskies out there and I didn't know how to keep track of them. So I just took a little photo, wrote a bit about it, and eventually over time, this lovely community started to build. And it's kind of the community and the friends in the industry, the people behind it that now motivates me to continue. And if I can inspire even one person who might not feel so welcome in the world of whiskey to join it, then I'm more than happy. And I'm here to stay, so I'm not going anywhere.
Excellent to hear. We've just had not even a question this time, a statement pop up on screen from Jimmy, one of the other Glassmates. I understand you've met Jimmy and Nigel,
Yes.
but yet to meet me in person.
Yeah, so it's lovely to meet you like this.
Likewise. Nice to meet you too, and we'll make it happen in person very soon. What is in your glass at the moment? What dram or drams are you really enjoying?
Well, at the moment, I'm actually sitting here with a Swedish whiskey from Agitator, which is the distillery closest to where my parents live in Sweden. They've just released a whiskey called Rye, which is a rye whiskey, very approachable, very friendly. One of those whiskeys you can just kind of go to at any time, serve any people. And I just quite enjoy, on a sunny day like today here in Edinburgh, just to have something that's not very complicated, something that you can just enjoy.
Would you agree that European ryes tend to be softer and, as you said, more approachable than they are from America?
Well, I think it just depends on what you like. I tend to find that the ryes from across the sea, they tend to be a bit more kind of sticky sweets and very different to kind of the almost breadier style you find in Europe. But I'm more familiar with Nordic style of whiskies, of rye whiskies. So I would say, for example, in Finland, they tend to make whiskies or rye whiskies that are quite bready in style. But then this one from Sweden, quite approachable, quite creamy. So I guess it just depends what you like.
Yeah. What are you up to at the moment? Is there anything that you can share with us in terms of what's coming from Swedish Whiskey Girl in the next few weeks, months?
Yeah, it's an exciting year for me. So big news coming soon, which I can't talk about just yet.
Okay.
But I'll be heading to Campbelltown Festival next week, and then a couple of days for the Isla Festival, which I'm very much looking forward to. And I might even do my first kind of official trip into Europe, away from the UK, to a distillery I've never been to before. So I'm really excited about that.
Yes, I bet you are. Are you still based in Scotland currently?
Yes, I'm in Edinburgh.
Okay, a very, very nice place to be set up. What do you see as whiskey's challenges at the moment, and how well do you think they are approaching them or dealing with them?
I think at the moment, and almost kind of similar to when I got started, it's hard for kind of younger people, I think, in certain kind of minority groups perhaps, to find a way into whiskey. Because you see a lot of kind of people being invited by maybe a sibling or a parent or a grandparent. And the only reason I kind of wasn't in whiskey already, because I have quite an open mind towards spirits and flavors in general, but I didn't have anyone who invited me in the way that suited me. So I think that is a challenge, but I think what's really changed since I started drinking whiskey is that the discussion for it is more open.
Okay, we can still hear you, so
wonderful.
I'll ask you one last question. I think that this is the equivalent of giving an Oscars speech and then the music coming in to tell you to be quiet and do one. Before I let you go, what would you like to see in the future for whiskey?
I just want to see a really open community, and that everyone's welcome in it, and that no questions are too stupid to ask. Just a really friendly, open community with lots of good whiskey to share with everyone.
Fantastic. Moa, thank you very much for taking the time out of your Saturday afternoon to sit and chat with us. I hope you enjoy the rest of our 24 hours. You did say you were going to watch every hour, didn't you? The
of
whole
course,
thing.
every single minute.
Brilliant. Fantastic stuff. And hopefully I'll get to meet you properly soon. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thanks for having me.
Still lots more to come from us here in just a few minutes. Billy will be back and he will be talking the science of distilling. So don't go anywhere unless you need to go to the toilet, but come right back.